Hello YouTube and welcome back to the channel. My name is Stuart Iron Cowan, and today we are here with the first episode of a new podcast that I'm running here called The Inner Timmy. The Inner Timmy. Okay. Alright, so right before we get into the video, I'd encourage you to check out my Patreon if you haven't already. It's in the description below. I'm doing lots of one-on-one coaching and other kinds of things there. I also am running a tournament at the moment, a TTS tournament, which is free to join. There's a link in the description to the Discord there that has more details, but signups are due tomorrow from when I'm recording this video, so as soon as you can, hopefully. Okay, so with that out of the way, I'd like to introduce my my friend here, Kevin, who is the co-host of this podcast. Hello, Kevin.
Hello, Stuart. Hello, everybody else watching out there.
So, Kevin, why don't you talk a little bit about, well, first of all, how do we know each other?
Well, that's a very interesting story. Okay, so first of all, I would like to clarify that I didn't know anything about like Stuart, who he was, what he did, and his attachment to AOS. But like I'll cut it down to like that moment. So it's gonna be slightly personal for me, but this is how it happened. So the time, as I've written it, it was like almost 2 years ago. It was summer. It was like either late June, early July, and at this point, I was already like getting invested in like miniature hobby. It was, that's a completely separate story again, and it was a really rough time. It was turning out to be like one of the hottest summers off the start. At the time, I was working for the Benesse Corporation. For those of you who live in Japan, it's one of the largest English as a second language companies. And I, in very few words, was told that like I'm not gonna be here in this company. And then it fell on me like sort of a cascade of shittiness, for lack of better terminology, that this was not what I was supposed to be doing. And that the whole 5 years of being in that career was like this train wreck, like occurring in slow motion. But then something happened, and I was seeking a joy of all the things that I had enjoyed in the past, of hobbies and whatnot, up to this point, that it didn't quite click with me what it was, and I didn't really understand it. But I was sitting in the lounge, hiding from my employers, and I said, I made an excuse, something around the lines of, oh, I got to tell my wife, or I need some alone time. This has been a tough meeting, blah, blah, blah. I'm in this lounge on my tiny ass GDB computer, and I'm just like, I'm just gonna like read like some AOS lore. And I just started looking through the PDS, the books I had. And then I opened up my phone and I started list building. And this was right before, this is when the release of Kragnos.
Yep.
I'm wearing the shirt today to signify this moment. And I'm like, he's interesting. Well, what are his rules, though? I mean, I think he's cool, whatever. And I'm like, he's a guaranteed general, but he's 720 points at that time. It's like, yeah, okay. And then nothing. And then all of a sudden, this joy, something, just like, okay, just don't think joy, whatever this is. Okay. Bundo.
Yep.
And then I'm like, oh, there's other mercenaries here. Oh, but Bundo has this thing, this strike last effect. And then I went to go read. Another hour passes, and I'm like reading about this effect, and I'm like, is that good? It sounds good. Okay. Boop. Okay. Oh, Jesus. Oh man, we're over 1,000 points. And then I go through all the other steps of like, the joy just leads me to put a Frostlord on Stonehorn here, and I'm like, wait a minute. Oh, this is an ogre list. Okay. And then the joy turns into happiness. And I'm like, well, wait a minute. And then I look at the battle scribe notification. It says battle line requirements, not like the thing that tells you that you're not specifying battle line rules, or you don't have battle line. It had both Xboxes. And I'm like, okay. Battle line if. Oh, okay. If I have a hunter? Oh, yeah, that guy. Oh, he's cheap. Oh, okay. I have. And cats. Oh, 2,000 point list. Is this a thing? There's not a lot of models here. And I was having fun. I was looking over artifacts, and there were 4 or 5 choices in my head, and I'm like, I feel good. I don't care if I ever play this list or not. I want to tell someone about it, but I'm going to think about it before I get into it. This was about a week later, and I remember the day specifically, and I checked if I was right. I remember that it was a Thursday, and in the famous lines of Douglas Adams, I could never get the hang of Thursdays. It was a Thursday, and YouTube at the time, for the last month, was recommending me The Honest Wargamer, Rob. And I was getting to know Rob and his community. Community chat is really cute, really fun guys. A lot of guys are recognized from other platforms. And I'm like, okay, yeah, this is cool. And then there, lo and behold, for the first time, although other dots didn't connect, Stuart was the guest that day. And the title was perfect clickbait for me that day. I was having such a bad week, the shittiest week of my life so far. And it said, faction reaction, ogres, Yeeties are back. I remember it. Like, I don't have to look at it. I didn't write this down. And it was the most surreal, personal nerd moment I've ever had in my entire life. Okay, so this guy, I learned he's in Japan. He just recently moved there. I'm like, okay. And then it's like these mutterings of, people who talked about one of the only other ogre mains in Japan. I'm like, no. And I put it off. And I watch it. And about 70%, 85% in, I'm like doing the dishes. And I get thirsty, and I'm like, I'm going to pour myself a drink and sit down and like continue listening. Before I get a drink, I hear Stuart getting into this. Like, okay, there's this other thing. You're going to need to follow me carefully. Hear me out. So he was saying things like with the keyword Kragnos. Or no, he didn't say Kragnos first. He said something about Bundo.
Yeah, Bundo.
and an ogre, and then a Frostlord. And I'm like, oh, wait a minute. What? Bundo and a Frostlord? That's already a lot of points. I don't even get a drink. I sit down. And I'm just sitting there, and my mouth is agape as he is personally explaining to me the list that I had just wrote. From nothing, just trying to redeem the happiness in my life. And there it was. He was telling me why it made sense. And Rob was having none of it. But, he was just killing it. And I'm like, oh, and then the Winter Ranger option and all these little things. And then I was sitting back, and I'm like, it can't be that same guy, Stuart, who recently joined the Rising Sun Discord, which is a local tournament in Kansai. And I ask, it's like, so who is that other ogre player? And they said, no, you would know who it is. I don't remember his name, but you would know. And I'm like, what do you mean? Look at the profile pics. And I recognized it immediately. I noticed the name Stuart. And I actually couldn't talk to him that day. I was too freaked out because I am socially inept. I'm on the spectrum, okay? So I had to like sort my brain out like, okay, how do I tell this guy that I wrote the same list, but I didn't believe it was good? So I took a day and I carefully worded a message. And that's how we got to know each other. And that's why I'm wearing a Kragnos shirt today. I also have an Ogre Mawtribes shirt, and if you've read the title of today's episode, we are doing a blind react. But that's what this is about, and I think that also inspires the kind of the name of the podcast, The Inner Timmy, because now, having known Stuart and familiarized myself with what Timmy is and psychographic profiling, that's what I experienced. I realized that I was rather vehemently a Timmy, and that's how we came together. That list, we went to have more specific discussions about it. I had questions, he answered them, and then I went on to take that information. And for those of you who are fans of Mini Wargamer and Josh, Mini Wargaming, Josh has played that list to date, I think 6 or 7 times. I shared all that information with him. I told him the exact list, the other options you could take from conversations with Stuart. The guy played it so much, I believe my comment on that I was the guy who did it, and thanks for playing my list, was supremely downvoted. I had like a -9 after 1 week.
Okay. Yeah.
But he realized, like, he was a Timmy, and he kept doing it, and every time he kept playing it, he said, I haven't been having a good time, and this list brings me joy, and that's why we're here today. So sorry, that's the end of story time.
Now, Kevin, what you don't actually know, and kind of adds to the synchronicity of the story a little bit, is actually the day that I recorded that faction reaction, I had quit a job that I hated to move to Tokyo to pursue a master's. So that adds to another level where it's like we were kind of going through a similar kind of thing, and I guess it's kind of indulging in the Timmy thing as a little bit of like therapy, I guess. I don't know. There's definitely something to that, right? Yeah.
Yeah. No. The right. In fact, Vince told me this because after I learned about what Timmy was, someone recommended me that Vince went over this in one of his Warhammer weeklies. He went on to explain that the psychographic profiling technique that this is all based on, in some of its notes, states that it's very rare to find somebody who is not at least a 2 scale on Timmy. So like everybody, to some extent, is a Timmy. And then Stuart, you recently argued that there was a guy that specifically doesn't play big stupid monsters for his lists. I would argue that that's like an inverse Johnny Timmy thing.
Okay.
Because he has inward reasons for not choosing monsters, and that to him it's funnier if there are larger mobs of dudes overtaking those monsters.
Right.
Like okay. I'm appealed by his desire to play non-monster lists. It makes me want to think more about that.
Yeah, the person we're talking about there is AOS List Labs, who's another famous Warhammer YouTuber who is not so much a fan of the old the monsters, but I think what his aspect of Timmy is he's rather famous for bringing, like, let's say there's a unit in the army that teleports, like Tree Revenants from Sylvaneth. He will bring 200 of those if he can, and that will be his Johnified version of Timmy, right? Where it's like, it's still kind of the same Timmy aspect where we're like pushing, spam of like one kind of aspect of the game that we appreciate. But it's just kind of like from a Johnny aesthetic, which is like, I'm going to like teleport around and like play the map kind of thing. So that's his whole thing.
If it's that list, I feel like I may have seen this guy in one of his personal Discord accounts talking about it, unless there is just another guy with other Timmy synchronicities thinking of the same thing.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah. Just at this junction, I do feel like we probably just need to define what Timmy, Johnny, Spike. Now, I would encourage you to look this up on Google, okay? If you don't know. Also, Vince Venturello over in Warhammer Weekly has done a great show on Warhammer psychographic profiles. That's like a great primer for, what Timmy, Johnny, Spike means. But just real quick, like, you can imagine Spike as the guy who's kind of like bringing the best thing that's going to win the game.
Yeah, the inner need to win and everything after that.
Yeah. Whereas the Johnny is more talking about like combos, like finding unique aspects of units that work well together, and like working on like power pairs and that kind of thing, and working out how to create the most efficient list from all the combos. And then the Timmy is, I mean, in Warhammer, it's usually like pushing as many monsters as you can onto the table. So if you're an Ogres player, that's I think you've got to have a Timmy aspect if you're an Ogres player, right? Yeah. Okay, so yeah, that's some of the reason we were doing this podcast. Now, the focus of today is going to be on the Ogre Moretribes book that just came out. Now, I had to get Kevin on this because of what we just spoke about, right? Like, we were both, feeling the Timmy thing into the new edition, right? Well, that video that we were talking about came out at the start of the 3rd edition. But Ogres still did kind of feel like getting a little bit stale recently, right? Like, the book has been out a really long time. There are some options in the book that are maybe not so strong, and definitely maybe they felt a bit weaker than some other armies in some aspects. So just contextually, in terms of what units were strong, right? We had, of course, the Frostlord on Stonehorn, right? We had the Stonehorns were like consistently the strongest unit since the book came out, without a doubt, and that never really changed over time. But there were many blips on the radar along the way, right? Like, I was playing Iron Guts, and then I was playing Yetis for some reason, and then I continued playing Yetis, even when I knew they were bad, but I couldn't let them go. So I just couldn't let them go. I went in a tournament, I think I went 5-1 at the start of 3rd edition. And then in the next tournament, I went 2-3, and then the next tournament, I went 1-4, and I'm just like, all right, I gotta let go of this. This is the next one 0-5? I don't want to experience 0-5, so.
Maybe the genius of, like, initially going into it wore off. Because,
yes.
Like, there are, I do remember Rerolling Ones did a test on a similar list that included a Fire Belly. And they said, there's something very interesting going on here, but they both admitted that they weren't skilled enough players to be able to utilize the choices that were being made in that list. So it's kind of, it turns Ogres into almost like a Timmy Johnny. I mean, okay, let's just remove the word Timmy from it. It's like a finesse Ogres list.
Yeah, it's like a finesse Ogres list, yeah.
Yeah,
which is kind of the antithetical to what you would normally consider ogres to be, which is
it's
like
spike mental
brutes,
gymnastics.
Yeah.
Right. So. It's mental gymnastics, but for sure, like getting 5-1 at the beginning, and all the attention that choice attracted following that choice is probably what made it harder for you to win. Is another thing I would give you, in that.
Well, people knew what it did. Yeah.
They forget about 6-inch pile-in,
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. It also depends who you're matched up with. So.
Yeah. So there was that, and it kind of died over time. But like between like the end of 2nd edition into 3rd edition, I think that had some play. But all while this was going on and I was trying all different things, the Stonehorns were the main thing. Now for me, running only Stonehorns was never necessarily that appealing to me. From my perspective, as someone who enjoys monsters, I don't like running lots of the same model, generally speaking. Like, I want to be able to run, one Thunder Tusk, one Stonehorn, one unit of Iron Guts, one unit of Gluttons. Like, even if I'm still kind of, pushing, like, the monster aesthetic, they're also old models, right? So they all have the same facing, right? Yeah, so...
Even could I asterisk and say that for a time, the Cockatrice Beast of Chaos spam was really fun for a time?
Oh, yes, that just got nerfed as well. Yeah, but, like, that's the same thing, right? Where it's just, like... I remember on TTS, you'd watch people line that up, and it would just be, like, 20 of the same crappy-looking model. And then Adam Mumford, shout out to Adam Mumford, actually has the army in real life with the Finecast cockatrices, and they all look exactly the same, and they're painted in contrast, and it's just like it's pure commitment. But yeah, I never wanted to run a bunch of the same model. So
Yeah,
going into, I guess, the expectations for what we want from this book, right? I think from my perspective, first of all, we want it so there's going to be more options than running Stonehorns. Okay, that's like the minimum aspect of what I want out of this book, right? Is I want there to be other things to run that are viable other than Stonehorns. I mean, if that doesn't happen, I'd be extremely surprised. But like, you know, that's the first. That's like the minimum barrier of entry to me being remotely happy about the book, right? Okay, and then the next thing is I don't want to run like a bunch of the same model. Okay, so
yeah,
if like a unit is good, I don't want to have to bring it like 4 times or 6 times or whatever, right? I just want to bring it like maybe like 1, 2, 3 times, and then have some other things that I can put in the army. Like that list we were talking about that has Kragnos, Bundo, and Frostlord. What makes it so appealing to me is that they're 3 different models with unique rules, right? If I'm just running like 4 Frostlords, it doesn't feel as interesting to me anyway, right?
it's the A team appeal. It's
Yeah.
kind of like
Yeah.
It's the interesting, like if you think about like 40k, Necrons has always traditionally felt more Spike Johnny than Timmy, simply because so much of it looks the same. But I think a lot of the appeal of what is loosely described as the big stupid thing you want to see happen in the way that it does, the uniqueness of it, the core of a power gamer has to do with the boys and each boy being their own individual badass, and not a field of drones carrying you to absolute victory.
Yeah.
Definitely does not feel Timmy, although yeah. So I get that. Yeah. You want the A team.
Yeah, I want the A team. So, I mean, those are the kind of things I want from the book, basically. Just I want other stuff other than Frostlord and Stonehorn to be good. Yeah, I don't want to run a bunch of the same model. And then the third thing is, now, Ogres has a lot of old models, okay? Like, we have the Frost Sabers, the Gorgers, the Butchers, the Yetis, etc., 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 right? Okay, now...
Those poor bastards.
Yeah. So, in my mind, the difficulty that I have as a player is I have always, like, entertained those War Scrolls. Like,
Yeah.
Like, I've always been really interested in that side of the book. Even though it's all Finecast, those models kind of preserve some aspect of Warhammer that's maybe been lost a little bit over the years, which is kind of having, like, units that were made after, like, War Scrolls that were made after a model was made. I definitely feel like that's how it worked with those units, because they don't necessarily have a clear role in the army. Like, what is a Gorger? What like what? Why do we need a Gorger, right? There's no answer to that question.
Oh.
You know what I mean?
A little, yeah. In my defense, like for this podcast, like he's expert. Stuart is the expert point of view. I am 2 years deep into this, but I have like this elongated experience of being a Timmy, although not really knowing what that is. And yeah, no, I totally get that. But from my perspective, Gorger was like a possible slot machine, ever so slightly scary distraction.
Yes. Yeah.
Because it has built-in deep strike. That's all that I could think of. And then I Timified it a little bit, and I have one Gorger, an official Gorger, and I got lucky. And I wanted a Firebelly, and let me tell you, GW, I understand why people give you hate, because I was going into it new, and I was buying these sprues, and I'm building them, and going, wow, beautiful quality, and I had built up in my mind, what GW was. And then I'm like, Firebelly, all right, let's go for it. I buy it. I was shocked.
Yeah.
I replaced the first one. I'm like, guys, you really let me down. Like, I called customer service. It's like, I am shocked that you still sell this. those words left my mouth, and they replaced it like that. And then the same fault that I sent it back for occurred again.
Yeah.
And I learned to repair it. And then it made me a better hobbyist, but it got me to understand GW's precarious place in the world of today. But please, oh God, I don't care if you press cast them, like not on a sprue. I don't care if like the overall width of them gets thinner because it's just literal 2 pieces and you just put it into a booster pack and call it a day. Anything is better than what you guys got. Like, or I know the Forge World mix is better because I bought good stuff from that. But okay, no, you know what? No, Stuart, sorry, I'm not going on a tangent.
But anyway, the point is with this, right? Is that like the point is with this is that there's like some sense of like generational debt we have as like ogres, right? There's like these finecast models that they probably should have thought about just removing from the game when we went into Age of Sigmar, right? From Fantasy, they probably should have thought about doing that. But given that they haven't now, they can't. So even if they don't have plans to make new models, they can't really get rid of them, right? Yeah.
I know that. Okay, so leading into the topic of today, so I have a question. We're gonna break it now because of this question. So I've been wearing a tinfoil hat this whole time. I know nothing about Ogre, anything. And it has been killing me inside. I've been on copium for the last 2 weeks. I missed Warhammer Weekly. I worship Vince Venturella, okay? I love helping people on Reddit. No, didn't happen. Now I'm going to break it with this question. This shows how little I know about this. I know they put, because I got an email recommending I buy this, they put man-eaters back on sale in triplicate.
Yes.
Is that Finecast?
Yes.
What?
Yeah. So this is a problem we have, right? Okay. So.
No.
All right.
Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So the dilemma, right? The dilemma is, okay, do we make them good? So people are going to buy them, we have to produce them, or do we make them so bad that no one's ever going to buy them ever and we can eventually phase them out? Okay, I think those are the two approaches they could take, right? All right. So, yeah, that's what I'm expecting from the book. Okay.
Yeah. I didn't even look at the listing. Like I didn't look at the store listing. I just I saw it and went and threw my phone across the room.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, so I think we can get into the book now. Now, just as a recap, so Kevin has not seen any of this at all, okay? And I have seen it, and I've had some time to digest it, all right? So we're going to go through the book, and I'm going to kind of explain to Kevin what's going on, and we're going to see his raw reaction, right? This is not a situation where, like Kevin has seen it before, and it's, he's just doing this reaction Andy thing where he pretends like he hasn't seen it before. Oh my God, can you believe about Iron Blasters? All right. He actually has not seen it. All right. And he's been in psychological torture for the last week and a half, or 2 weeks, or however long it is, waiting for this moment. I didn't know how hard it
would be. I did not know how hard it would be.
But it's all for the YouTube. Okay. We're going to be able to get his raw reaction on this. Okay. So without further ado, we're going to get into the book. So we're going to start off with allegiance abilities. Okay.
Tell me what to read.
All right. So the first thing is, you get a sub faction. That's what that first thing says. All right.
All right.
Cool.
Okay.
We get a sub faction.
It's very similar to the same. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's very similar to what we had before. Okay.
Yeah.
And
they all have the same names, right? It's all 6. So Meat Fist, Blood Gullet, Underguts, Boulderhead, Thunderbellies, Winterbite.
Can I note on my before started reading any of this, because this already looks identical to me. I have to clarify that before the agreement that we had that I would not look at any of this stuff, I would like to clarify that I knew about the changes from the one article they produced before.
Okay.
Before the pre-orders were announced. And I also felt a slight disappointment to see the table of contents. I wish they never showed me that.
Okay. Yeah, that's a bit of a
Yeah,
spoiler. Yeah, okay.
if you want to do, I I was disappointed because it looked too similar
Yes.
to what it was before, plus the new guy.
Yep. Okay.
But I was, I love Hopium, so okay, continue. That's
Yep. Okay, so that's the same. And then we have Ravenous Brutes, which is the same that it used to be as well. So if an ogre unit's more than 3 from enemy units, it's hungry. Okay, so it moves.
Same flavor text too. Yeah.
Yeah, it moves an extra 2. And if it's eating, so if it's within 3 of an enemy unit, it gets extra bravery.
Oh, thank God. Well,
Yeah.
don't have to relearn. Okay.
Yeah, so that does the same thing. Now, one of the big changes is gulping bites. So before, we had this annoying thing where, like, you'd be attacking with gluttons. It's like, all right, I got to do my bite attacks now, and it's like
You forget the profile.
it's like, what is it again? Oh, it's like 3s and 3s, no rend, 1 damage. Like, why did we even bother, right? Okay, so they've tried to clean that up here. Yeah, now I wonder if they should have just got rid of it. Like, anyway. But the idea is at the end of the combat phase, now you roll a dice for each enemy unit within 3 of any Gutbusters Ogres units. So if you're within 3 of multiple Gutbuster Ogres units, you only roll once. But yeah, on a 4-up, it does D3 mortal wounds. Yeah.
Within engagement. Okay,
So,
I mean they're
that's
mortal
something, right?
wounds. They're
Yeah.
mortal wounds. That's nice. And I guess if I think of the average of 6, and then it's 3s and 3s, it's probably going to be around 3 wounds, but it's harder to save. That's nice. Okay, so our boy's teeth got sharper. Okay.
I personally like that it's not at the same time as you attack. So it's like you have like an attacking sequence and then you have like a gulping sequence, like it feels separate to me. I like that it's separate. Anyway.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's a small rule, but it's something, right? Okay, and then we have Might Makes Right, which we got this in the last book, because actually way back in the day, Ogre's monsters used to count for 1 on objectives, for people who remember that, which is interesting. Okay, so it's mostly the same, but there's one change here. So the first thing is each Ogre counts as 2. Okay, so that's the same. So your basic Ogres count as 2. But the heroes now count as 5 if they're not a monster. That's the change now. Okay.
Whoa.
So if you got a beefy looking Tyrant on there, right? He counts as 5. So he counts the same as a monster, right? I think that's a huge change. I'm very happy with this. And then obviously the monsters still count as 10. Okay. But the heroes going to 5, I think is a big deal, right?
Yeah, I'm a big fan of small points values, meaning sub 2,000 points, and I love playing the Tyrant as a unique threat. And he's very interesting at lower points values, especially if you turn him into missile mode, or what I like to call Mega Chad Tyrant.
We'll get there.
You know what I'm talking about.
We'll get there. Don't worry.
Oh,
We'll get there.
please
We'll get
don't. All right, I'm already feeling the excitement. Now you guys know how much I love Tyrant. Now,
We'll get there. Don't
I
worry.
need to say, Tyrant was the model that I bought that put me into the hobby. I was in a store. I saw the store for the first the first store I went to is Higachi Games in southern Osaka. And I looked at a bunch of the models, and I'm like, just buy the one, man. Just the one. Let's have fun with him. I like you. Look at that boy. You're coming home with me. And then I took the 40-minute bicycle ride back, and and now we're here. It was the Tyrant model. I don't know.
Yep.
I was like, that's my leader. You're coming home with me. And that was it. That's how it started 2 years ago. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a big fan for sure. Okay, so the next thing is the trampling charge. Okay, so this is like our impact hits. It's like the mortals we do when we charge. So again, a small change here. So it's still ogres and rhinoxes. So the only thing that doesn't have ogre and rhinox is the Noblar scrap launcher. Okay, so it's just saying you get mortal wounds with the scrap launcher. That's what that rhinox keyword is for. But you charge, you pick one enemy unit within 1, and you roll a number of dice equal to the unmodified charge roll. So still unmodified. So if you have charge bonuses, doesn't mean anything for this. Okay, now the bits of the change is this. So add 1 to each roll if the charging unit is an ogre unit that has 3 or more models. So that used to be add 2 if it was 8 or more models, okay? So
Oh my God.
what's happened now is it used to be like if you're running 8 Iron Guts, if your opponent just like pings one off with a bow, then for some reason they just get much worse at doing impact hits. I don't know. Whereas now, like if you just, as long as you've got 3 or more, you're still going to do the 5 up impact hits. Okay, I think this just makes a bit more sense, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then of course the monster models is the same, so it's still on a 4+ because you add 2 to the roll, so that hasn't changed. Right. Yeah. Okay.
Oh man, but no, in my brain that's huge. I mean, I already explained it kind of.
Yeah.
With the Tyrant.
I mean, just on the top, that kind of pushes you more towards like a multiple small units MSU playstyle, right? Because you don't have to feel so much pressure to have large units, right?
Yeah. MSU, sorry.
Like multiple small units, like like lots of like units of like 6 gluttons or something, or like 4 iron guts. That seems more viable than the before, right?
Okay. Yeah. Didn't know the abbreviation. Sorry. Go ahead.
That's right. Okay, and then we have Grasp of the Everwinter, which I was really hoping that they would change because it doesn't do anything, and it still doesn't do anything. So...
Oh, well, I don't play Beastclaw so much.
Yeah, no, I don't so much either. But like, it used to be okay with like Yetis because, I mean, with the Stonehorns you'd kind of kill what you're in combat with, but the Yetis you were like a bit more grindy, so it actually did kind of matter. But basically, yeah, at the start of the hero phase, you just roll a dice for each enemy unit within 3 of any Beastclaw Raider units, and then if it's equal to or less than the current battle round, the unit suffers D3 mortal wounds. Now, what I don't like about the way this has been designed is that Gulping Bites and that are kind of the same rule, and like they're just different timing, but it's kind of the same thing, right? Where it's like, okay, Grasp of the Everwinter depends on the battle round, but like in the middle of the game,
that's gonna be hard to keep track of, right?
Yeah, like I have the Gulping Bite phase, and then I have the Everwinter phase, right? It's just, yeah.
I mean, in its defense, no, wait. I'm sorry, I'm defending a literal Control-C, Control-V approach to this problem.
Yeah.
Okay, and now I'm admitting that I did, because I'm a fan of Haywell, I did unfortunately see his meme TLDR on all of this. It got me a little bit excited, but I didn't understand what he was saying, obviously. This does give a little bit more credence to the choice of doing a pure mixed list. However, getting it to work appropriately sounds annoying. So instead of me constantly forgetting the Gulping Bites profile, which usually does nothing, might actually do something this time simply because it's mortal wounds. Yeah, okay. So
Yeah.
I mean, have mixed feelings about this.
Gulping Bites is better than this overall, because it's at the end of the combat phase, so you don't have to wait until it rolls round to the start of your hero phase.
I'm hoping that I'm going to be doing this step of Gulping Bites and being like, I get to do Gulping Bites, or there's like one guy left, I get to do Gulping Bites.
Yeah.
Bye.
Yeah. But, I mean, the thing about both these rules is that supposedly... We'll get there. Supposedly, ogres don't have shooting, much shooting. So being able to, like, you're stuck in combat with, like, a dude, and then you just go, like, all right, let me roll if I do some mortals, and then I can get out of combat and charge something else, right? It can kind of give you something that maybe the army doesn't have. So I'm not necessarily against these small rules being in here, because maybe the army would be too simple without it. I kind of like it, yeah. Even if on paper, it's a little janky for sure. Okay, but yeah, that's the allegiance abilities. Okay, now we have another couple things here, which are not small. These are very significant.
Can I read? The Beast of Winter.
Very significant.
The colossal creatures that the Beastclaw Raiders harness for war are no mere monsters. Each is born in the blistering cold of the Everwinter and brings an aspect to the supernatural cold to battle, charging into the fray to crush any who dare stand before them. This is why I picked ogres. Now, this is the image that I had. Now, Beastclaw Raiders, yeah, like, I don't play them, but damn the flavor, right? Okay, so when you carry out Monstrous Rampage core rules. Yeah, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
One. Yep. Okay, so it's an additional one. Okay. Unstoppable charge. Only a Stonehorn unit that has made a charge move in the same phase can carry out this Monstrous Rampage. This unit makes a 3d6 move and can pass across enemy units in the same manner as a unit that can fly.
Yeah, keep going.
Wow.
Keep going. Keep going.
It must finish the move within 3 of any. Oh, okay. At the end of the move, roll a dice for each unit it passed. Whoa! Wow, that's okay. I get why Haywo showed a monster truck leap.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
So this
so
is
amazing.
crazy, right? This is so insanely good, right? Like, yeah.
It's so fun.
Yep. Yep.
It's a move that you make at the end of the charge phase.
Yep.
What? So we literally have the most dangerous monsters, probably only second to like Gargants with their new book, in the game in terms of mobility or.
Well, you think about it, right? Stonehorn moves 14. You charge it in. Maybe you roll like an 8. So you're going 22, and then you're going another 3d6, right? And you can fly when you do that. So it's like the amount of distance you can get with this unit now is just like insane, right? Yeah.
You can basically Z-cross. I just had this image of kit bashing squigs and Stonehorns.
Boing.
Oh, that sounds awesome. Chill the Everwinter. Only a Thunder Tusk.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Made a charge move in the same phase can carry out this Monstrous Rampage. Roll a dice for each enemy unit within one of this unit. Okay. On a 3. So it already the wording has already disappointed me. It's like, okay, it's replacing that thing, right? Because it's the same name. Okay. On a 3, the strat. Ooh. Strike last.
Yeah. Now, so this is good, right? So you charge in with the Thunder Tusk, and it like puts a little 1-inch jaw around itself, and you roll for each unit, and on a 3-up they go last. Okay, but there's a couple problems here. The first thing is the 1-inch part, right? Because like you charge, you do the mortals, and then like what happens if they like remove a model that's in the front, right? And then you're no longer within an inch. So this one is really good, but sometimes it cannot work. Now, if you're going against something that's like a big monster, right? Where they can't like remove a model, it's not going to matter. You're gonna get to do this. And like Gargants, the new Gargants has a similar rule to this. Yeah, I mean, Ogres is an army that is actually relatively squishy. So being able to like gang bash a unit that's striking last or something before they get to attack you is awesome, right? So I think this is solid. I don't think it's necessarily as like what is going on as the Stonehorn one, but like it's good, right? It's good.
I'm gonna go ahead and sit that overall, like, yeah, okay, you made a fair argument with the 1-inch thing. However, this Thunder Tusks have always had this weird position in the reasons as to why, like, in a in my case, small list meta, why you would choose a Thunder Tusk over a Stonehorn at any given point. The argument has always been, quotation finger marks here, utility. But with this change in mind, it squarely fits it to the point where I don't have to say utility. I can say it's a utility choice.
Yep.
Because of this. I like this. I'm excited, but I'm not. I guess the excitement hasn't come because I don't have an idea of the War Scrolls to be able to say like, ooh, and you know, like the Timmy brain thing that happens to me. Yeah, but okay, it's now squarely categorized as a utility model because of this. That's my opinion, just from reading this.
Yeah. Okay, so those are the Monstrous Rampages. Okay, so next we have all the gear. Okay, now not all of these are completely fantastic, I have to say. So first of all, it's quite short now. So these are all the command trees, just one page, right? And there's only 8 of them.
Killer Reputation is there. Okay, I know that one.
So okay,
Right.
let's go to the first one. I love this one. This is so good. All right, this is so funny. All right, so reluctant rabble rouser. Okay, first of all, alliteration, great. Okay, do not take battle shock tests for friendly Noblar units wholly within 18 of the general. Okay, so you don't take battle shock for Noblars. Now I love Noblars, okay, but I know that not everyone is into Noblars. But if you're into Noblars, this is very handy, I reckon. Yeah.
I'm a fan of large groups of stupid idiots that do nothing.
Yes. If you're a fan of that, this is the one for you.
For the unenlightened Timmy, it is occasionally the most Timmy choice you would have made ahead of time to play Noblars. It doesn't make sense, and I think Haywo has made square arguments for why he doesn't often pick Noblars. But he was the one who introduced me to the idea of the bully of the first degree.
Yes.
And setting forth that here's 27 to 29 wounds that you're going to have to DPS check through.
Yeah.
Excuse me while I take all of your objectives sort of strategy.
I think the thing with the Noblars is like probably the right thing to do historically, and I think now as well when we get into the War Scroll, is to just take like 2 units of 20 or 1 unit of 20. But the Timmy just wants to push it. Like we want if we're gonna take Noblars, all right, we want to take 200. Okay, like, if we want to do it, then we're gonna do it. Okay, but if we're just doing it. So, I just have a bit of a screen, for my like valuable units. I don't want to do that, all right? But just but this what I like about this command trait is it pushes you more towards the 200 aspect of it, because if you just got 2 units of 20, it's not that effective, right? Okay, so that's that one, and then we have Gastromancer. So butcher only. They know all the spells from the lore. Okay.
Oh, it's the same, I think.
Yeah, it's kind of whatever. Okay, we got one for the new Blood Pill Hunter. So the hit characteristic of his missile weapons goes to 2 up instead of 4 up. Okay.
Spicy.
Yep.
I know nothing about him, but okay.
Yeah, I think Killer Reputation. I think this is the same as what it used to be, right? You just get a second big name on the Tyrant. Okay.
Right. During the mustering step, you choose your second one.
Yes. So it's not at list time, right? It's like when you like set up.
That's the fun part for a lot of. I always make that point. It's like, why are you taking Killer Reputation? The Tyrant isn't that great. It's like, no, you don't understand. Everything about AOS, there is no like MTG Magic the Gathering sidebarring.
Yes.
I used to be into that.
Yes.
Where, this allows you to sidebar your Tyrant to silver bullet your opponent. Now, it's not going to be very silver bullet-y if you're at 2,000 points, but I digress.
Yeah.
This is the silver bullet option for your Tyrant.
Okay, and then we have Ex-Mercenary. So, if your general has this command trait, Man-Eaters become battle line. In addition, at the start of your hero phase, if this general's on the battlefield, roll a dice for each friendly Man-Eater units that is eating, so they're in combat, right? For each 3 up, you receive 1 command point that can be only spent during that turn on a command received by a Man-Eater's unit. Okay?
Oh.
So this pushes you towards a Man-Eater's focus build. Now, just while we're at this junction, okay? Alright, so there are 2 units in this book that have the Man-Eaters keyword, okay? So obviously Man-Eaters is one of them, alright?
Okay.
The other one is Black Powder's Buccaneers, okay? Which is the Warhammer Underworld's pirate warband with like the 2 Simpsons like monkeys throwing knives and then like the bird.
I love that guy. Yeah.
Okay, so what's funny about this is that they would become battle line if you have this command trait, right? Because they have the Man-Eater's keyword.
Oh, Stuart, yes. Thank you for help. I was questioning and I'm like, wait a minute, Man-Eater's keyword? And I'm like, no. And then you pointed it out. Oh, yes.
So,
okay.
When we get to them, we'll see how like great that is. But it's cool, right? It's like a cool thing. Interestingly, I have a friend who's running a tournament in Geelong near Melbourne who has has done a house rule that this doesn't work on the Underworld's warband. He's done a day 1 fact. He's like, it's like fun detected. But I thought that was funny.
What the hell? Fun detected.
All right, so those are the Gutbusters ones, okay, and then we have the Beastclaw ones, which I find a little bit dull to be honest. But okay, so we have Voice of the Avalanche. So the general can issue commands to any friendly units on the battlefield instead of only those wholly within 18, and you get one command free a game. Yeah. Okay, and then we have
my brain literally glazed over.
yeah.
Sorry.
That's kind of what it is, right?
It's kind of it's like whatever.
It's
Okay.
whatever.
Next.
Beastmaster. You have to be a Stonehorn or a Thunder Tusk. Basically, once per battle, you can like fight on the. Well, actually, you don't have to fight. Oh no, it is fight. Okay, when you fight at the top row on your damage table. Now, just as a brief spoiler, obviously because it's a new book, the damage tables have been improved from what they used to be, so they're less harsh. It used to be quite harsh, so.
Oh yeah, that's true.
This is not as good as it is as it was if it existed in the previous book, right? So, yeah. Okay, Touched by the Everwinter. This general has the priest keyword. If it has the priest keyword, then it's like a Lawmaster thing, right? You know all the Everwinter prayers. That's the one you're going to take if you're taking Beastclaw Raiders, because you just get a priest, and attaching keywords to things that don't have the keyword is good.
Okay. So far, that's the best one, because whenever usually my brain, how do I say, my expectation for the excitement I could potentially have with a command trait is the threshold for that excitement lowers greatly when I hear the words once per battle or
yes.
The if and statements are
yes.
Once per battle in destruction is a meme at this point. Next one.
Okay. Skull Packmaster, Ice Brahana only. When you use the Masters of Ambush ability, so when he starts off the table, up to 3 Frost Saber units can join the general instead of 1. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
yeah, it's a technical choice.
On the face of it, it doesn't look too bad, right? Yeah. Okay, cool. So that's that. All right. So then we have the artifacts. Okay. So Trophy Rack is the same as it used to be. Only now it doesn't have to go on a Tyrant. Okay, it just has to go on a Gutbusters hero. So you can stick it on a Butcher, or the Bloodpell Hunter is the new guy. He has the Gutbusters keyword, so you can put it on a bunch of things. But it's +1 to hit for attacks made by friendly Gutbusters units, so in melee and shooting, wholly within 12 of the bearer that target a monster or a hero. So pretty handy, I think, right? Yeah, I think that's a pretty handy one. Okay.
+1 to hit was always it was always a hard thing to like worry about getting down. Like I play wizards a lot just for those kinds of reasons.
Yeah, like it got slightly better for us in 3rd edition, right? We got all out attack, but like certainly before that, you were like sitting there with your Slaughtermaster, just hoping you rolled like the +1 to hit. It's like, come on, I don't want to hit on 4s this turn. Come on, like you just been doing that, right? Yeah.
What was it before? Actually, people used it for. I'll admit I've never played the.
Underguts, right? With the Iron
Underguts.
Blasters? Yes.
Right. I didn't play them. Yeah, it had more to do with my Iron Blaster meta with Tyrant and gruesome Trophy Rack.
Yeah. So that's what you should take. You just take four Iron Blasters and the Tyrant. That was the combo. And that's still a thing. Yeah, for sure. Okay, so and then we have Flask of Stonehorn Blood. So at the start of a phase, you can say you get it what's once per battle. You can drink the potion. You get a 3-up Lord until the end of that phase. I mean, it's okay. It's just okay. If it was on a Beastclaw, it would be awesome. But on like a small hero, it's kind of whatever. Okay,
that's very similar to Rune. No.
Yes, the Fire Slayers one is what you're saying. Yeah, there's like a Fire Slayers one that's exactly the same as this, but you can take it on
Rune tokens, or did they do something different?
Rune tokens was like once per game, reroll hits, wounds, and saves. But yeah, it's got the same kind of thing. It's just like extending the life of something for an artifact. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have problems with once per battle when it's like a significant defensive bonus.
Yeah, 3 at
Like,
ward is huge, right? Like that's big. Yeah.
yeah, okay.
All right. Splatter Cleaver. This used to exist, but it used to be locked to Blood Gullet, okay, which is one of the sub factions. And
Mm,
basically, if a at the end of the combat phase, if any wounds caused by attacks are made with the weapon that you'd pick, so like on a Tyrant, it's going to be like probably his Thunder Mace. You can heal
yeah,
D3 wounds allocated to each friendly Ogre unit wholly within 12 of the bearer. So Gutbusters and Beastclaw agnostic there.
that's
Yeah.
the. Isn't that the same?
Yeah, it's exactly the same. Yeah, but it just
Yeah.
used to
Okay.
not be a generic artifact. It used to just be locked to a sub faction. And the other thing is, it used to be able to take it on a
Oh,
Beast Claw, so you used to be able to take it on a Frost Lord, but now you can only take it on
right.
Gutbusters. Yeah.
It was Blood Gullet only. That's
Yes.
right.
Yes.
Oh, okay, okay.
So
Yeah.
nice that it's still in there, but I guess a little bit of a nerf that you can't take it on a Stonehorn anymore. Yeah.
Hmm.
And then we've got Fang of Gur, Tyrant. His Beast Claw Glaive has a Ren characteristic of 3 instead of 1, which when we get to.
Okay.
Yeah, that one's not that good though.
Oh, come on. Don't. All right. Don't do that.
I don't want you to be excited about it because it's just not. It's not a thing. But anyway,
But my monkey brain immediately read 3, and I'm like, ooh. I just went, ooh. Okay, next.
all right. We have Elixir of Frostworm. So this used to do D3 models to you and then D6 models to your opponent. It now does D6 models to your opponent and it doesn't do D3 models to you. But it's still once per game and it's still on a 2-up. So I mean, if for some reason you can't work out what to do with an artifact, it's kind of all right. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, we're talking to you out there, um, Johnny and Spike players. For us Timmys, it's easier.
Okay, Icebrow Hunter. If you roll a 6 to hit with the bow, it causes D3 mortal wounds. No. Okay, it's terrible. No. It's one attack by memory. It's no. Okay.
Oh, I like slot machines when I know there's going to be alcohol at the game day.
Yeah, but if it was like roll a 6 to hit, you do 6 mortal wounds, I'd be so into that. But come on, D3 mortal wounds, like give us more than that. Like, yeah.
2d6. Come on.
Yeah, D6.
Come on.
2d6. All right.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah, if you're gonna do these if then or if that attack modification crappy situational shits all over our Grand Alliance destruction, you could at least make it something like you've been doing with the hammer the specialized monster destroying hammer profile with the Gargant. Good move. Give it to everybody else. Give them that big stupid you chose the wrong Grand Alliance today kind of option, please.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, we
next.
have the Carvelox flank. So friendly Icefall Yeti units, wholly within 12 of the bearer, at the start of the movement phase can move an extra 2 inches when they make a normal move during that phase. Now, what I do not like about this is it says normal move. So you can't run and do it, and you're going to run with Yetis every time you move. So it's a no from me. And I'm a Yeti Slayer, so no, it's a no from me. Okay. And then we have the Seat of Alvagear, which I think is like my pick for the artifacts here, okay? Which I mean, so far I've been kind of whatever for Beastclaw. So it's got to go on a Stonehorn or a Thunder Tusk, but once per battle in the charge phase, you can do a second Monstrous Rampage with the bearer. Yeah, and you obviously can't do the same one, but okay.
Okay. No, yeah.
I kind of like
That's
that one.
like that's kind of like the only choice.
Yes.
Because if you consider everyone, you just rewind like 10 minutes when I was reacting to the Monstrous Rampages. Guys, if you've been sleeping, rewind, think about it a little bit longer and pick that trade.
Yes.
To be able to do both of them is huge. Like
Well,
imagine, yeah.
Well, you can't do because the Stonehorn can only do the Stonehorn one, and the Thunder Tusk can only do the Thunder Tusk one. So you can still only do one of those with the model, right? But you can do a generic one before or after you do it. That's the idea. Yeah.
But the amount of control that you could potentially have at 2 different points with these already huge bases.
Yeah.
Like playing elite. So I love elite lists. I mean, you heard the introduction, okay? The double-edged sword of playing elite has always been that typically elite units have had huge base sizes.
Yep.
So you have to learn to play in a different way. And I recommend all forms of players to try to play super elite lists with huge base sizes to learn those differences in how you play. And then once you understand how, the good points of having those huge bases, you're going to realize how good the Seal of Avogor is. Alvager.
Alvagear. It's the same thing as the rune tokens. It's the same
Alvagear.
guy. Alvo.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. The big bases thing is really good. What I like about this is if you're playing against like Gits and the Loon Trions being a bit pesky, you could go in with the Stonehorn. You can yeet 3d6 over the screen, and you can blow up the Loon Shrine. And if you do that to me, I will cry for 20 minutes when I play Gits, because I'm like, I have lost the game. That's all my elite abilities is on my terrain feature. So yeah.
My hopium tells me that the stonks are going to be very high for the new Gits book, though.
I hope
because
so.
I was just thinking about Gits before you mentioned that, and I'm like, ooh. Like my excitement is more of like, what am I going to get to do with Gits when I get around to like getting that army, and when that book is out and all that. But looking at this, I have high hopes. So please stay strong and don't oversuck the hopium.
Yes. Okay, so that's the gear section. Overall, like, not amazing by any means, but there's some stuff in there. Yeah.
I really feel for the Beastclaw Raider players, though. I mean,
yeah, the Gutbuster stuff is better here, right? Like both the command traits and the
okay, that's a little bit disappointing. I did just essentially say what you already know, in that once you know your playstyle, there is essentially only one choice.
Yeah.
That's sad, but okay.
Okay, we have the spell laws. Now, they've kind of trimmed the fat a little bit here, because there used to be a couple spells that were pure garbage, and they just decided to delete them, which I'm supportive of. So, we have Blood Feast, which is the same as it used to be. So you pick a friendly ogre unit that's not a monster, and you give them +1 attack. Yeah, good.
I like being a garbage wizard. I played a lot of wizards in my ogres lists, so I get it. But okay, so what is there to say here? You're saying they're better now.
The spell. Well, they've gotten rid of the, like, there used to be one called, like, I can't remember what it used to be called, but it used to do it used to be 12-inch range. It would do D6 mortal wounds, but then give your opponent +1 attack. Do you remember that one? Oh,
yeah.
Flesh-Grade Curse or something. They got rid of that one. That one was terrible. Yeah.
It would cause. Yeah, I used all the spells. I never used that one because I didn't understand it. I'm like, why is this a thing? This is stupid.
The other one that they've got rid of is Rib Cracker, right? Which was a good one, which is the -1 save one. That one is gone. So I guess a good one is gone as well, but yeah.
In a defense of that old shitty spell that gave +1 to hit to your opponent.
+1 attack, yeah.
A +1 to attack. I feel like that's like a narrative play pity choice. Like you're really having a good time with your buddy. This never happened to me. I never had like that kind of precarious game. But I feel like, yeah, maybe I'll use it if, one, I'm taking Gastromancer, and then two, I don't want to table my opponent by round 2. I want to give them a fighting chance. That never happens.
Yeah. I think they used to have more of those sorts of things in there, but they've tried to kind of get rid of them, I think.
Yeah, props to any of you good sportsmen out there that actually gave your opponent that option. Yeah.
Okay, so next we have Blubbergrub Stench, which has gotten a magnificent glow up. Okay, so it used to just be that it would make Rhinox units, which are the Iron Blasters and the Scrap Launchers, do like the 4 Immortals when they charge. Okay, now it still does that, but they're treated as monsters for the purposes of the trampling charge battle trait, but they're now also treated as monsters for contesting objectives and carrying out Monstrous Rampages, okay? So your Iron Blasters, they count as 10. They do 4 at mortal wounds on the charge, and they can carry out Monstrous Rampages. Yep. Pretty handy.
Oh. Yeah, okay. Yeah, all right.
Now, the only thing to watch out with this one is it's like while they're wholly within range of the caster, so like just you got to be a bit careful when you're like charging that you don't move out of the range. Yeah. Okay. And also if your caster happens to get shot off like mid this, then you would like stop counting as a monster for all these things if the caster dies. Yeah, because it's like while they're wholly within range. Yeah.
RIP analysis paralysis sufferers. Yeah, right there.
Yeah, it's a complicated thing, but basically like while the caster is alive, your artillery units kind of get transformed into like little mini stone horns. That's kind of the idea here. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Very. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's gonna be hard for me to imagine at the moment, but okay.
Yeah. Okay. So Molten Entrails. Okay. You pick a monster that does a lot of damage, and then you give it +1 damage on its mounts, and then it does more damage. It's good.
There you go.
Simple. Yep. To the point. Yep.
Thank you from going to this one after the last one.
Yes. And then Greasy Deluge, it's like I like that they have like a debuff spell, like a token debuff spell in Ogres, because like this is pretty bad, but like it's just a -1 to hit debuff, right? But I feel like it's kind of, I like personally for like spell laws to have like, okay, we have a token damage spell and we have a token like debuff spell and then we have a buff spell. I kind of like that kind of symmetry. So although this is not amazing and you probably won't take it over Molten Entrails or Blood Feast, like the buffing your damage thing, I mean, yeah, it's cool that it's in there from my perspective. Okay.
I always liked the flavor of it. The way that I would do it, my army was accidentally smarter ogres, guys that like ate magical items and they learned to like read, but they're still kind of like word dumb, so kind of like smart orcs almost. And my I was working on a custom slaughter master that had 2 heads, and one was more of like a professional chef with a mustache, and the other one was that one Leadbelcher's head with like the piercings and his tongue hanging out. And he had, the pot was supposed to be filled with like sort of like a fondue, and he would like spew hot cheese over the battlefield instead of like, I'm like, fat, okay, cheese, that's my favorite fat.
Okay, so that's the Greasy Deluge. It's like some like Gorgonzola gnocchi or something. Like
it's a staple spell, and from what I'm looking here, it's still gonna be a staple spell. Yeah. Okay, cool. Sure.
Okay, Firebelly. I love the Firebelly. Everyone knows that I love the Firebelly. Okay, so
I love the Firebelly.
So
favorite.
It still has its own spell lore. So for me, that's a W because I thought that would go away. So I'm happy with that. So Fiery Whirlwind is still not amazing, but I still believe that one day I'm going to cast this. It's never happened yet. I played 2 tournaments with a Firebelly with Fiery Whirlwind, and I never got it off. But yeah. Aww. It's 12-inch range, cast on a 6. You pick 1 enemy unit, and you roll a dice for each model in that unit within range. That bit's kind of annoying, because they've got to be... It's not like you just pick a unit within 12, and then you roll the whole unit. It's like, you have to measure for each model who's in range, which is a little bit restrictive.
Isn't it... That's 1 point easier to cast, I think. It was 7. I'm happy about it. If I remember correctly, but I think
you might be right. Yeah, I think you might be right. Yeah.
Oh shit! I'm reading ahead. It's no longer an 8 to cast Billowing Ash.
We'll get there.
I'm not reading it. Okay.
Okay. Anyway, Fiery Whirlwind 4-up does a mortal for each dice you roll. Okay, so that's that thing. All right. So Billowing Ash is the one you're going to take, and it's magnificent. If you don't have a Firebelly in your list, I think you're joking. I think this is absolutely incredible, because it used to be an 8 and now it's a 6, and it's a -1 to hit aura, and it is fantastic, and that's the one you take.
But it's not okay. So it's not a wholly within 18 aura. It's a range of 12. Exactly.
It used to be 12 as well. It's the same thing. It's the same spell. It's just cast on a 6 with some, I think some slightly it's slightly clarified wording because it used to be unclear where you like cast it and then can you move away from the fire belly. Now it's clear that you have to stay in range of the fire belly the whole time. Yeah.
Huh.
Okay. So then we have Tongues of Flame, which I believe is the same. 18-inch range. You pick one enemy unit that has 5 or more models, and each time they make a move, they suffer D3 mortal wounds. I don't mind this, but I just wish you could put it on something that had 1 model instead of 5 or more models. I think that wouldn't be like excessively overpowered, but this is just a little... I mean, it's still interesting to me. I think this is like pretty good. And it has synergy with like an ability we'll get to later in the book, but yeah, I mean, it's all right. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean, like, I play Thousand Suns in 40k, and they have a similar spell to that. And I used it once with a Fire Belly, and it ended up being my opponent deciding to move despite that was a bad decision for my opponent. I was like, aha!
Yeah.
I made a good decision. So the one time I thought, okay, I'm going to use this instead. It was a good decision, so I have no problems with the spell either. So
I think what I like about it is it's not like roll like a dice every time they move. They do actually always suffer D3 mortal wounds. Like if it was like 4 up roll a D3, I think it would be too much. But yeah. I think it's
now
decent.
all I have to say is stonks for multiple Fire Bellies.
Yes, I think so too. Especially since Blood Gullet has got a bit more restrictive, which we'll get to in a sec. But yeah, okay. So that's that.
Sorry.
And then we have the prayers, okay, which were complete utter bin before. And they've gotten better.
You were only using the hailstorm basically.
Yeah.
And it was like every time.
So now the hailstorm has gotten a lot better. So it used to be cast on a 4, and now it's cast on a 3. It still has the same range, and you pick a point with an 18. You roll for each what is it, unit? Yeah, each unit within 3, and on a 2 up, you take D3 mortal wounds. I believe by memory it used to be a 3 up there, so I think it's just gotten a little bit better across the board.
Okay, yeah, I see it. Okay.
But, given, that Stonehorn Monstrous Rampage, where, like, after you move over units, you do, like, D3 mortal wounds, you can kind of see, like, a little bit of, like, a splash mortal wound theme happening here, right? Like, we got, like, the Stonehorn mortals, and then maybe we can do some, like, prayer mortals, and we got the mortals from when we charge. You can see, like, some mortals kind of stacking up here, and it's another way to get it. That's not bad.
Gotcha.
Keening Gale.
It's marginally better to the point where people feel better about taking it.
I mean, I love that it's not cast on a 4 anymore, because that was just, like, depressing, but yeah. Keening Gale, cast on a 3, you pick a monster of Mournfang, and you add 3 to their move characteristic. I think that's just boring, but I mean, it's like decent, but like so boring.
Yeah. It's whatever. I mean, I'm still with team pulverizing hailstorm. But
Call of the Blizzard is the same. You pick your Icefall Yetis or Frost Sabers units, and you return 1 model to the unit. It was never very good. I did run it in the list where I was running like 21 Yetis, and it was all right, but like, yeah, it's kind of whatever.
Ogres, when I look at like spells like this, this is something that I brought up with a friend who had a bad experience playing TTS with ogres, and then I said, okay, show me the list, explain to me the game, blah blah blah. And I always felt, even with the older book, that ogres was a team. So typically most lists have what we call Timmy traps. But now this book has what I squarely remember describing as it is inverse. There's an inverse trap here where
there's like a Johnny trap.
Seem like, right. The Timmy trap is actually like, it's written, all of them they're not traps. They're traps for other non-Timmys. There's Johnny traps and Spike traps who go for the technical choices. But the moment you distract yourself from the fact that ogres are meant to be very killy and occasionally very tanky. I mean, their save values aren't that great, but I digress. You
Yep.
are missing out on why you chose to play ogres in the first place. So you always pick the more killy option, and you will have better results. If you don't pick pulverizing hailstorm first, then you'll never know the mistake of the other ones. And the mistake is going to be known much quicker to pure Timmys than anybody else. And these other ones, I'm like looking at first Keening Gale, I'm like, yeah, okay, so that, like, to somebody that makes sense, but to me, I'm like, but that's not a very ogre-y thing to do. If you consider, the fact that they're maintaining the 2-inch add to mobility, they have a monstrous rampage. I mean, okay, this is a Beastclaw Raiders priest option. You're a hairy-toothed monster with a fat guy riding on your back, flying through the air, raining destructive shit and rocks all over your opponent, just ruining their plans with your Z-sticking Shoryuken movement.
Yeah.
And before that, think about the impact that option would have had if you sprinkled some mortal wounds on those tightly packed screens beforehand.
Yes.
It could mean the difference between those screens being gone in one battle round and nothing at all. What are you doing with that extra 3 inches? Nothing. At the end of the day, you want it to have more impact when you arrive. And and so far from the rulings that I've read, your first approach, a lot of how an ogre's game is going to go has to do with where you're standing within the first battle round, moving into the second one, and the strategies therein, and risking the double turn and whatnot. That can be argued for everybody, but with ogres, how killy you are before it gets to the point where everything's basically locked in from your drops and moving into your opponent via the considering objectives and the mission and whatnot, it would make sense. So Timmy's, know your friends, keep them close, and ignore the other reasonings to be less killy than you should already be.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
I'm done there. Thank you. I just had to say that.
Yeah. I think there's definitely a bit of a Johnny trap going on here with some of these. Yeah, for sure. Okay, so we have the mount traits. So Metal Cruncher has gotten a nerf and buff at the same time. So it used to work on 4-up, 3-up, and 2-up save, and now works on 3-up, 2-up, and 1-up save. Okay, so kind of aligned with like the save creep that's happened lately, because it used to work on basically almost everything in the game, because like everything has a 4-up save now, so you do it. But now it's only like if they're actually truly made of metal, then you crunch them. That's the idea, Yeah.
Oh, so okay, all right, gotcha. So yeah, there's a lot of numbers here, so I'm reading this.
So the bit that they fixed is it used to be if you went against somebody that had a 1-up save, like a Bastillodon, it wouldn't work for some puzzling reason, because 1-up saves didn't exist at the time it came out. But they fixed that now, so yeah.
That's fair. And yeah. Here we come, Stormcast Eternals. Here we go.
Okay, we have the next one, which I think is kind of like a spike trap. So charge rolls for this unit of less than 7 are treated as a 7 for the purposes of trampling charge battle trait. I don't like this. And the reason I don't like this is because when you're playing ogres, you're not trying to make like the most consistently like effective army, right? You're not trying to make somebody that has always like a consistent effect. You want some like explosive aspect to the army, because it makes it hard to play against because it's explosive. Whereas this is kind of like hedging your bets in a way that I don't like. Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
some masochistic shit right there to take that choice.
Yeah, yeah. It's like, oh, I'm gonna roll bad. I'm gonna roll bad, so I'm gonna take this. Yeah.
Don't do that. Come on. But ogres are like, think of ogres as the cousin to 40k orcs, okay? You win some, you lose some. You're the big dad bod boys that you're gonna get consistently invited to dinners to after these games.
Yep. Yep.
Build the army, take the obvious choices, sit with that, and you will be a happy boy or girl.
For sure.
Yeah.
Okay, and then we have Rockmane Elder. -1 to wound for attacks that target the unit. Okay, obviously that's extremely good.
Yeah. yeah, it is. Wow.
Obviously that's very good.
I could just hear the I could hear the joy in each thundering strike of whichever lad in the UK put that down into typed words. Thank you.
It's so simple, but it's so good. It's like a cheesecake. That's what so it's just like, you know, yeah. Or like a chocolate, like a mud cake, right? It's just, you know.
Japan, the time capsule of the world, they have kept cheesecakes from 100 years ago. Come here, try it.
Yes.
Original cheesecake is love. Original cheesecake is life.
And
Sorry to the lactose intolerant.
That ends the cake segment of the show. Okay, so next we have the Thunder Tusk ones. So the first one is Flesh Greed. Okay, so at the start of each hero phase, so both players' turns, all right, if this unit is eating, so if it's in combat, you heal D3 wounds allocated to it. Not bad, right? I don't think that one's not bad. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. No. Thunder Tusk hero. Yeah. Okay. No. I could imagine taking that. Yeah. Okay.
It seems all right on like the Frost Lord on Thunder Tusk, right? Like he doesn't mind so much being in combat. The priest guy, I think you wouldn't like. You don't want him to be in combat. Like if he's in combat, like it's not going well. So
I'm nitpicking on the lore. I've always found it a little bit harder to imagine the Thunder Tusk as being more voracious than the Stonehorn, whose model is literally a gaping, roaring mouth.
Yes,
He
I agree.
honors the maw. The Thunder Tusk has a tiny mouth, and it's made a
It
little
is
bit
tiny.
smaller because you do have to like get those mold lines out, you know, or no, sorry, the gaps. Yeah.
Yeah, I always imagine a Thunder Tusk is like walking around like eating like trees or something. Like I always thought of the Thunder Tusk as a herbivore personally. I was a little bit surprised that they made like a raw meat one.
The lore, it was hard because the lore that they wrote for it was cool, but it said something to akin to like it used it to like it would use the horns to crush the corpses into a pulp and then it would eat it, which argued the small mouth thing.
Yes.
But I'm like, wait a minute, the horns are already touching the ground. Does this thing like does it have to like
spin
roll
upside
on its
down?
back? And then there's ogres like rubbing its belly and they're just feeding it slop.
But maybe that's the thing. Like the ogres on top, they've got to get like a shovel out and pick up the puree and like just like put it into the Thunder Tusk mouth. Maybe that's the situation. You know.
Maybe he's the cooking tool. Like you know, they got to make sausages somehow.
Okay.
In afterthought, is shortening a cake segment in an ogre review episode of a podcast dishonoring to the maw? Do we keep cakes in context here?
I feel like all of our analogies going forward should be meat related. You know.
Okay, we'll keep it simple, stupid at this point. Yeah, meat.
Okay, so next we have
Cake.
yes, the occasional meat cake. We have Rhymefrost Hide, which is a 5-up ward. So that's the one you're taking. Okay, so I feel like on both of these mount traits, there's like one which is just clearly like, okay, this is the good one. Yep. And then we have Matriarch, which is +1 to charge for friendly Thunder Tusks. No.
Damn it.
It's funny.
GW.
But no.
No one is not. How do I word this grammatically? Nobody is not going to pick Rhyme Hide.
Yeah. Out of these three, right? Like, I think the problem with Flesh Greed for me is it's like it's the same thing as Rime Frosthide. Like it helps the durability of the Thunder Tusk, but the 5-up ward just does that better, right? Yeah.
And given the fact that it's a utility model, utility, defense, these are words that are like
Yes.
synonymous with each other. So the idea is if you're picking a utility model, you're going into this like, yeah, this bitch gotta live. How we do that? Oh, hey, +5 ward. Okay.
Yeah, for sure.
Or 5-up ward. Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, those are the mount traits. I guess that's the end of all the gear. I think. We have to talk about one other allegiance ability, which is the Great Morepot, which has not changed.
What? The publication design here is different. Damn it!
Control C.
Publication designers.
Control V. Yep.
Oh no!
There's nothing here that's different. Yeah.
I get my +1 to casting. I'm okay with that.
It's still 1 inch.
Does it still have the favorable? How do I say this? The very favorable, arguably strategic ability for placing this thing. Like it's still like you can set yourself up for victory with a specific objective.
Yeah, like you can still put it. It depends on the battle plan you're playing, but you can still put it like on one where it's like 50-50 split down the middle. You can chuck it in the middle, and you're like kind of guaranteed to refill it. But some maps, like there's one called Realmstone Cache where you're like this tiny little like box in your territory, and you got to put it in there. It's pretty rough. So just
here's my argument, by the way. I'm a fan of the Mawpot because in small points units meta, or sorry, in small point limit meta, words, the throw 'em in occurs more often, simply out of table size differences, and it happened to me very often. I like it. However, it is arguably, it happens very often. And it should be a little bit momentous for both you and the player. But to balance it for the larger point meta, larger table situation, this is what you do. Delete that sentence and make it, if you kill an enemy unit within 24, then you refill the pot. A unit. Okay. Because think about the economy of ogres. It's both lorically. It also makes sense in lore. When are they going to refill the pot? Because it's close by? Dude, their life is food. If that shit hits the ground, they would be dishonoring the Maw to not do something about it immediately. They're eating and fighting at the same time. But then again, they have to. The Noblars are probably responsible for getting that food distributed. Aside from the occasional like saber stopping to take a bite from the ground, whatever. But if like combat has finished, the dust is settled, and the skirmishers realizing that they've lost that battle are running off, the Nobblers are like, okay, well, let's go quick before the ogres get angry or notice this. And then they grab the meat and they run back to the pot. There you go. Like, it doesn't, the 6-inch thing does not make sense. Is it like, is there an ogre just like, bonk, and then just waiting and watching? And it's like, yeah, you go, girl. Yeah.
You know what the thing is with this as well, right? It's like the rule is written as if ogres like live in some like incredibly arid climate where like, let's say you kill something and you get the meat. And, like, you got to get it home in, like, 5 minutes or it's going to spoil, you know? Yeah. But they live in a cold climate, so you would think that, like, you know, they wouldn't be necessarily against taking their meat home and chucking it in the pot, right? Yeah.
Yeah, and that's not necessarily true of the lore that they carry through the historical section before the unit descriptions of the lore.
Yeah.
In that there are ogres as I mean, you're putting more credence to the man-eaters, right? There are still ogres, much in the romanticism of old world ogres, where they exist in different human-centric societies as mercenaries, but also just being there,
Oh,
you
okay.
know,
Yeah.
for whatever reason, right? So they're not always going to be in Mawtribes. They always come back to the tribe when winter comes around because food is scarce.
Yep.
And you know, for man-eatery logistical reasons, you know, the hunger being stronger at that point, arguably from lore point, you know, they're going to come back with the tribe where the hunt is hot and the blood is also equally as hot.
Yep.
And they don't have to think about killing those suddenly tasty looking humans that they've been spending so much time with in cities. You know, they don't want to. They don't want to miss out on that free food source. You know, not having to kill anybody to benefit from the agriculture of these colonies, given that lore. You know, just to save themselves a winter. Not every ogre lives in this climate, and the lore tries to separate these two images, and they don't hang out too often because they have problems with each other, and they also have different interpretations as per their beliefs in the Maw. I'm done. Yeah, but that's the point I'm trying to make. Yeah.
Yep.
The Maw pot means different things. Yeah.
Yes, but yeah, a little bit restrictive, right? So I mean, a bit disappointing it didn't change. Anyway, that's the Maw pot. Okay, so we have a very important section, which is the sub factions. Okay.
I like the way they laid this out.
Yes.
The left right
Yes.
thing where they start with a text on the left, and then it's contrasted by text. Yeah, like this. If you guys are ever having, like, if you're in if there are any college watchers right now, and right now you'd be studying into finals, and you have some like, you got to do some like graphical stuff. If you're trying to like list off sections that are supported by pictures, this is so easy to do, and it looks so good. Please do this more. It's so fun to look at.
Yep.
Okay. Go on.
So we have Meat Fist Moretribe. So this used to be you'd roll an extra dice when you charge, and now you just add one to each roll for friendly Meat Fist Gutbuster units. So if you got a Meat Fist Gutbuster unit of 3 or more models, you're going to roll 4 up, do mortal wounds when you charge. Pretty handy, right? Like, that's pretty good. Yeah.
It's better than the 1 additional dice.
Yeah, way better. Way, way better. So
huge. Big.
Yeah, I played against this the other day, and the guy did like 30 mortal wounds to be in the charge phase. I was like, oh, okay. I was like, oh, all right. Yeah, that makes sense.
Been playing, until this day, most of my favorite lists have been tribalists. That's how bad these...
Yeah, this used to be terrible, right?
Have been,
yeah.
Right? But
yeah,
this is... Wow, okay.
So that's, in my mind, that's the main Gutbusters one, like for melee stuff. There's the Blood Gullet one, which is the same as it used to be for like the wizard side of it. So you get 1 extra spell from the Lore of Gut Magic for your butchers, and they can cast 1 extra spell. Yeah. So.
Okay, that's personally exciting for me. Okay.
I like that one. Like, I think it's fun. I don't know if it's necessarily as good as the Meat Fist one, but I think it's maybe a little bit underrated. I can see an angle for that for sure. Yeah.
If you have that, how do I say, that Timmy Johnny sentiment of, I think there is a surprising tactic or combo to be had if you say you play ogres, and then when you come to game day and you have a wizard heavy list, they would have forgotten the choice that I had already made, and this is that choice.
Yep.
As Haywo once beautifully put it in one of his older faction introduction videos, introduce them to the meat dimension. This brings it into fruition, into reality. This feels very perfectly thematic, easy to understand. Thank you. Great change.
I think with this one, like, you can kind of think about it as like, okay, I bought a butcher. I don't want to spend the points for another one, and this kind of gets me like 2 butchers for one. And then it's like, okay, I want 2 butchers, and then I get basically one for free. But then if you're going like, okay, I want 4 butchers, then you could take 2, and you're getting 2 for free. And then you go, okay, I want 6 butchers, and then you're getting 3 for free, right? So the more butchers you take, which I know it gets to, once you get to 6 I want 12 butchers, and then you get 6 for free, right? But there's some kind of like ramping efficacy here, right? A little bit, yeah.
And I'm already gonna be having fun entertaining these ideas about how many like slaughter. Oh, okay. I'm gonna hold off until we see those.
Wait until we see the war scroll, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Underguts.
But on the face of it, good. So underguts, +1 Ren for the missile weapons for undergut, lead belchers, and iron blasters. It's good.
Wait, huh? Ooh. Okay.
It's just good.
Yeah. No, like.
Yeah.
So one of the most confusing things about the meta leading up to this is that underguts actually does really well. In fact, I've done well with underguts lists without taking the sub-faction.
Yeah. Just a bit of shooting,
and it still does well, but you wish for Rend, in especially when you're facing some of these upper tier teams with the higher, save stacking, higher save values, canceling Rend. That even by 1, I'm pretty sure I had the thought like, oh, if only I had just 1 more point of Rend, like this game would be over. Yeah.
Yeah, we're at a point now where like -2 doesn't feel like necessarily enough, which is what the Iron Blasters are on their profile range. So this will go to Ren 3. That doesn't change in terms of the Ren, but yeah, that's Iron Underguts. I think very solid. Now, just one thing, while we're here in the tribes, none of these make anything battle line, so that's kind of something weird about the book, because normally it would, but it depends on your general, not the tribe, okay?
That's okay. All right. I'm fine with that.
Okay, so then we have the Beastclaw side of it. So Boulder Head, +1 to wounds characteristic of your Stonehorns and Thunder Tusks. And in addition, I like that, you can pick up to 3 Stonehorn heroes or Thunder Tusk heroes to have different mount traits instead of 1. Now, we were looking at the mount traits before, and there are only 2 good ones. Metal Cruncher is okay, but the 5-up ward and the -1 wound were kind of the standouts, right? So the third one is not as good as the first 2 in terms of the mount traits. So, yeah.
Guys, oh man, you guys are getting locked into this. Like, just a little. Yeah, it doesn't feel like there's variety or actual change being done. Granted, what you're going to be able to do with those new Monstrous Rampages in combination with the existing ones, please take as much joy from that as possible. Do not let these choices get you down. They are quite powerful. I'm sure they are. Yeah.
But not super awe-inspired. Like, it's not super interesting, I would say, right? It's not like...
Yeah. I'm already reading Thunderbellies. Yeah.
The Thunderbellies one is just run and charge and Mournfang. Like, it's good, but it's just not, like... It's not completely groundbreaking. It's just decent, yeah.
Okay, so...
You kind of have to see the Mournfang War Scroll to understand, like, whether that's good or not, I think, but...
Okay. Here's my impression going into this pre-War Scroll.
Yep.
I feel like Thunderbellies may be more potent against castle lists if you're locking them in place. You could choose if you have that I mean, run and charge against castle gives you a shot at ruining their plans.
Yes.
Because except for like 2 factions, most castle-ish lists, and I can think of Cruel Boys simply because I've played them before. Cruel Boys are like a turn 2 castle, but if you interrupt if you can see the plan and you're playing Thunderbellies, and you run in and you initiate a run and charge to the place where if I lock this unit in this place now, then it would force them to it's kind of like a moving castle sort of situation. It would force them to go one way, and it would reduce how potent their approach would be by round 2.
Yeah, like you can do stuff like, I mean, what you're saying is basically like you go in and instead of them setting up a castle in the middle of the board, they have to set it up like further back because you've like pressed them in kind of thing, right? Yeah.
Okay. I won't say any more because, yeah, I'm going to need to see that war scroll.
Yep. Okay, and then we have Winterbite, which was my personal favorite.
Okay.
So -1 to hit, not in this book, but it was. -1 to hit for attacks made by missile weapons that target friendly Winterbite units wholly within your territory. And in addition, friendly Frost Sabers, Icebrow Hunters, and Icefall Yetis, the Finecast goon squad over there, cannot be visible to enemy models more than 12 inches away. And I'm sure your opponent is appreciative of the fact that they can't see your contrast. That's your Finecast. Yeah, that's I don't know.
I got it. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That's in a shooty meta. I totally get why you would choose that.
Yeah, I reckon this is great if you're playing your mate and he plays a shooting army and like totally just shoots you off. You rock up the next day with this and you say, "Oh, you want a rematch? I've got this new way of playing my army," and then you just rock up with this and then you just tell him, "Oh yeah, you can't shoot me." He said, "What?" And I was like, "Oh, you can't shoot me." I'm like, "Oh, you can shoot this guy though because he's not one of my Finecast models, but if you do, you're -1 to hit." You know, so all the Finecast stuff in my army you can't shoot. The rest of the stuff you may shoot, and then you end up with some sort of like some sort of eradication where all of the models that are plastic have been removed from the table because they've been shot off, and all you're left with is a beautiful sea of Finecast nonsense, and that's the goal of this faction.
Wait a minute, is this a Gorgers sort of moment?
Well, like, Gorgers are not included here, but yeah, it's
you can shoot these Gorgers, but yeah, you can't shoot anything else. All right, let's move on. Sort of thing.
Yeah. So that's Winterbite. I think it's pretty good, but I mean, it kind of depends on the war scrolls.
Are you done with your turn? Or do you want to shoot this one or two Gorgers I have off here?
Look, the spoiler alert before we get into the war scrolls is what's going to happen is you're going to get traumatized by a shooting army. You're going to take this and you're going to be like, all right, they can't shoot me, so surely I win the game, and then you lose anyway. Okay, so that's the situation with this. But anyway, a good ability, right? Okay, so I put this first because I knew you'd love it. So we got to get into the Tyrant, all right? Okay, because this is the poster boy. Okay, this is what we're here for. All right, so he's 150 points. Now, not much has changed in terms of his attack profile. The only thing that's happened is that his Thunder Mace used to be 1 inch, and his Glaive used to be 3 inch, and now they're both 1 inch. Okay, nothing else has changed. But the big names have changed a lot. Okay, so first thing is you can pick Death Cheater for 5 up ward. Always good.
Okay.
Now, the one you're going to go with, and the one we're all going to go with, is Brawler Guts. Okay. This unit is treated as a monster for the purpose of the Trampling Charge battle trait, okay? So, all right, so he's going to do it on a 4-up. And then, if he's in Meat Fist, he's going to do it on a 3-up, okay? So, you can already envision in your mind, okay, what if we had 6 Tyrants doing 3-up mortal wounds when they charge, okay? Okay. All right, so that's Brawler Guts. All right, I think that's a standout. The other one, so Fate Seeker, still a 3-up save. Long Stride still gives you 2 extra move. Giant Breaker, +1 damage if it targets a monster, and Wall Breaker, extra rend if they target a unit in cover or in garrison. So the last two, I would say you would almost never take unless you're taking like the killer reputation, like that Silver Bullet thing you were talking about. Like maybe there's some matchup where you're going to use like Giant Breaker. Like say you play against like Sons of Behemoth, right? Like the whole army's monsters, then you probably use Giant Breaker. But other than that, the 3 standout ones are the 3-up save, the 5-up ward, and the
we're having technical
monster.
difficulties. You just broke.
Oh, I just broke?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know if anyone's hearing this, but I just... Can you start over from your explanation about Giant Breaker? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Okay, I'll just might actually just make a new recording. And just, yeah, okay. Okay, so, yeah, the three you're going to take are going to be probably the Death Cheater, Brawler Guts, or Fate Seeker. But yeah, like the Giant Breaker and War Crusher are kind of like that potential silver bullet choice you were talking about in terms of the killer reputation thing. Like, there's going to be some battles where maybe you would take those, right?
Right. Yeah. Right. You're going to take, to clarify again, earlier I mentioned something that a lot of people don't know about killer reputation is that the way that this is the way I'll say it. When a warlord trait, sorry, is that right? Yeah. When a trait specifies something like that, where you can take multiple choices as per options on a profile, and then it says you can take another one. All of that is, you declare what you have during your mustering step. You go through it really quickly. And when you mention killer reputation, you say, okay, yeah, this guy has killer reputation, and his additional name is, you look at the field, Giant Breaker, because it's giants. And otherwise, you just buckle down on the defensive choice, whichever one you feel is better at that time. But that's, you can silver bullet a little bit with that Tyrant, which is huge with smaller point metagames.
So I think the combo that people were talking about for having like the general is you go like the killer reputation with a 3-up save and a 5-up board, and you take the trophy rack. So someone like really durable to hold onto the trophy rack. Yeah, that's that. Okay, now just a couple other rules. His Beast Skewer Glaive and Thunder Mace still do the same thing, where like if you roll it 6 to hit with the Beast Skewer Glaive, it becomes D6 damage versus a hero or monster, and with the Thunder Mace, it does 1 mortal wound. But if they have 3 or more models, it does D3 mortal wounds. I kind of would have appreciated if they might have cleaned that up a little bit. But anyway, that's what that does. Yeah.
Yeah. I did have one instance where someone didn't believe me. It's like that. Yeah. Because, that like it's a, dependent on target, and it's 2 separate. It's your 2 melee profiles.
Yeah.
And I often forgot Gulping Bite on Tyrant. Yeah. Luckily, all my opponents are essentially my friends, so they let me. It's like, oh, I'm sorry. Can we? I know, like, you killed a few of my dudes on the follow-up, but can I roll Gulping Bite for like Tyrant before you get back on here?
Yeah.
It's like, oh, you didn't roll for it? It's like, I promise I didn't roll for it. It's, thank God.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah. So
they
then
cleaned that up.
Yeah, they did clean that up because the bites are easier. The other thing they've kind of cleaned up a little bit is the bully of the first degree. So it used to be like you'd take D3 mortals and then you'd be immune to battle shock for the rest of the game. Now it's just if a friendly Ogre Moretribes unit, so that includes Noblars, fails a battle shock test within 3 of any friendly models with this ability, only 1 will flee. Okay. So,
he's a killer boss. He's a killer boss.
Yeah, it's exactly the same rule, right? Like, yeah, I think it's pretty good, right? Like, just you don't have to spend a command point, just be within 3, and it's all good, you know.
Yeah, I like it. Oh, by the way, stonks for Hobgrots with killer bosses standing behind them.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
All right, so that's the Tyrant. Yeah, I think pretty good. Okay, so
he's the Noblar babysitter.
I didn't realize I actually put these guys here, but anyway, here's the Underworld's War.
Oh no, they're 110.
So they're 110 points, and I don't want to talk about all their rules, but they're like they got so many rules, and I played this unit before a bunch of times, and it's always kind of awkward explaining to my opponent exactly what they do, but it's kind of weird in that like he's 5 models, but you treat them all as 1 model. So I always find my opponent like measuring to see if they're in range of the big dude, but like actually you should measure to see, you know, whatever the closest minion is, because they count as the same model as him. And you can kind of do some fun stuff where like you can charge and then like put the monkey like between, because like if you have a 1-inch gap, the monkey can fit. So you can put like the monkey in between the 1-inch gap and then like reach behind the screen and hit something. I always find that funny, but
Yeah, to anyone like the way I would suggest, Black Powder's Buccaneers is really great, but it's very bookkeepy, and I think Stuart makes a good point there. What I suggest is there's two ways I've seen this done very smart. You make tags, or even I've seen 3D printable rings for each of the minions with what they do. The other strategy that I've seen is you have like a tiny piece of whiteboard, and you would have like stickers for each of the one. He had like cute little $1 store or 100 yen stickers, and it would have like the bonus next to it. And then when that died, he would erase the bonus.
yeah, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
And
Yeah. But the good part about this guy is he's the cheapest hero that's going to get you like maybe a potential extra artifact. So that's what he was used for before, and that's probably what he's going to be used for now. And he has the man-eater's keyword if for some reason you want to run him as battle line, which is funny, but yeah.
Yeah, no, that do that.
Yeah. I think he's all right. Yeah. Okay.
I am 110% meme intentional.
Yeah.
Going to be putting him when I decide to try that man-eater's meta that is being implied in the beginning of the book.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have the Butcher War Scroll. This is the same as what it used to be. The melee profile has changed a little bit, but other than that, we still have the slot machine Voracious Maw spell, which like can sometimes like pop off and kill everybody.
I like it.
When I was playing against it the other day, and the guy was like giving me the brief about like I knew what it did, but I wanted to I knew that he was enjoying giving me the brief, so I just, kind of act like a bit clueless for a second because I knew he was enjoying it. And he gave me the whole brief, and then he rolled it and did 1 mortal wound, and then it stopped. And I was like, no. Splat. That's what happens.
I have seen 34 wounds go off. It wasn't my game.
It can sometimes happen, right? Yeah. So
the funny thing about that is it says nothing about stopping until dead, so you just keep going. So when you've already killed the unit, you're immediately the guy rolling hot at craps at that point.
I think actually they fixed that. I didn't notice that, but I think they actually fixed that now because it says keep rolling dice until the unit is what does that say? Destroyed or something? Oh no, until the Maw is satisfied, which it ends, or the target unit is destroyed. So I think they fixed that. So there you go.
Yeah, that's dumb. So if you're playing narrative, just keep rolling until it's over.
The Maw is never satisfied.
The Maw is chewing at this point, and he's little mountains of rock are coming out and going, just licking their lips.
Okay, so that's that. Anyway, so he's basically the same. But we have the new guy, okay, so Blood Pale Hunter. So 6-inch move, so normal ogre move. 8 wounds, so like on the higher side, but 5 up save. So he's got missile weapons. So he has 2 attacks with the bow, which is 4 to hit, 3 to wound, -1, D3.
Which could be 2+,
Yeah, which could be 2+ with a command trait, yeah, for sure. And then 1 attack with the spear, 12-inch range, 4's 2's -2, D6. Okay,
Sick.
and then he has 5 attacks in melee, 3's, -1, 2 damage. So for 140 points, he does I think pretty decent damage for a hero. It's more than the Tyrant, I think.
At range, he could there's a potential to seriously bracket a monster at range.
Yes.
And then minor monsters kill them.
Yeah. So he's not visible to enemy units while he's within cover. Okay. Handy. He can, at the end of your opponent's movement phase, if he's more than 9 from all enemy units, you can make a normal move. So kind of like Lumineth Foxes or something.
Okay.
Yeah, the rumor that was going around before the book came out is that the Hunter became Lumineth Foxes, but we thought they meant the Icebrow Hunter, but obviously there's this new one here. So yeah, that's what that does. Okay, and then I think the important rule is Beast Breaker. So if you target a monster with its missile weapons. Basically, it's whatever the top value is. So the Skull Shatter Crossbow has 3 damage versus monsters, and the Impaling Spear has 6 damage versus monsters. So so if you take the command trait, the Impaling Spear will be 2s, 2s, -2 rend, 6 damage versus monsters. Okay.
Ooh.
Which I feel like, especially in low points, is like insane level of value. But even in high points, like for the points you're actually investing in him, I think pretty handy, right?
Yeah. Damn.
What I like about this guy is he can't be seen. So, like, if you're worried about your trophy rack bearer being shot off, he's quite good to just like sit in terrain, and he can still shoot because he's got the ranged weapon. But he can hand out that buff and without dying. So I think pretty handy unit. Yeah, I don't know if you'd spam him. I feel like you're probably just going to take 1 in most situations, but I think for the points you put in, he's worth it. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's so uniquely powerful and tactical. He's kind of like, oh man. When I heard the hidden part, just like what is it, the caution theme for Metal Gear Solid came on. Dun 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 dun.
Yeah, that's the vibe.
And you're just like sneaking behind minor cover, and you're trying to get shots off on this monster that's not paying attention to you.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm with everybody. There's gonna be head swaps on this guy. Now that I know his rules, you better bet there's going to be a snake reference on my table.
He's going to carry around a box.
There's going to be a box on his back and a pile of like, I'll do shrinky dink magazines.
Yeah.
of like white dwarves in the box. You know how in Metal Gear Solid he would leave like porn magazines behind.
Yeah.
No, you should leave like
new Warcry rules,
Yeah, exactly. Or Rule 34
okay.
Sisters of Battle. Oh,
Yeah.
Just leave it behind,
Yeah, so he's your like little stealth Lone Ranger. I think it's fun. I kind of just wish that the Icebrow Hunter just did this, but anyway, we'll get to him in a second. Okay. We have the Slaughter Master, who's got way too long of a war scroll for what he does. I mean, I feel like there's some way you could have condensed this to not be a page long, but
he's expensive. You expect to be there. You know what I mean.
So, okay, so he still has the Cauldron thing. Now, his combat's gotten, like, slightly better. I don't believe he used to have rend on his stump blades, and now he does. Woohoo. Yeah. I don't believe he did, anyway.
Okay.
They got a bit sharper,
I don't remember either.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now, his Great Cauldron has kind of been a little bit buffed across the board, so Bad Meat, instead of taking D3 mortal wounds, you just take 1 now. The Troggoth Guts is the same, so you heal D3 wounds to him, and you can heal 1 wound to each other friendly Ogre unit wholly within 12. Spine Marrow is a +1 to wound buff now. It used to be +1 to hit. +1 to wound's much harder to get, so I like that one. That's good. And Bone Crusher is still never going to happen ever, but at least when it does, it's better now. So it used to be on a 4-up, they take D3 mortal wounds, and now it's on a 2+. So it's still never going to happen, but if it does, then you feel good about it now. Whereas it used to be, oh, I have something within 6. It's on a 4-up. I rolled a 2. Shit. That's what it used to be, right? Yeah.
Yeah. I would also like to say that I often rolled 5 or 6 on the pot and nothing happened.
No. Yeah. It's like, oh, what does that do? Let me spend 2 minutes looking up the table. What does this do? Oh. Nothing.
I hope. I don't know. I guess I'm not a sadistic person, so I'm never gonna say like I hope that other Grand Alliances are gonna have to deal with the on a 2-ups that we have to deal with, or the once per battles and the random effect shit that no one cares about, or the fact that rolling a 1 is bad. I hope you never have to deal with that. So I'm saying I'm saying it in the non-sadistic way of, I hope you have to deal with that one day.
I feel like every year it goes up by 1 though. Like it started at 5 up, and now it's gone to like 3 up or 2 up. You know, like the random effect.
Yeah.
So we'll maybe get to eventually. It just happens, which is every other Grand Alliance. But for now, it's still 2 up.
We've
or 3
become
up, right?
mentally ill on expecting how things are getting better. They actually haven't. Nothing's changed.
Okay. Yep. Okay. Okay, we
right.
have Rock Jumper, which
Mental
used to
illness
be
aside,
yeah. We have Rock Jumper, which used to be the most comically bad spell ever, and it's still bad. So it used to make your gulping bites do a 6 on immortal on a roll of 6 to wound. They would do immortal in addition, and now your gulping bite rolls for that unit, and it has to be on gluttons, do D6 mortal wounds on a 4 up instead of D3.
wow, that's cool.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay, please explain to me
mean-
why that's cool. I don't see it at all.
Well, no. It's a slot machine.
Yeah,
I
like
think- okay.
it's something, right? Yeah.
No. Yeah. No. So when they give us D6, yeah, it's weird. So, like Slaughtermaster, you took him for the profile, but you also took him knowing that, yes, it is a slot machine. Yes, it could be very good. But the illusion here, is the reality is that it's never going to be the case where it's like, wow, I'm really happy with the results that I got. I really felt like it led to victory. The slot, because of the random nature of the Slaughtermaster that you had, and now it's maintained. For a lot of people, you take, at the end of the day, you should take it because this is actually a good war scroll.
Yeah.
But don't try to overthink. How much of effect did it have? Actually, it does a lot more than you think. When I consider the difference between what Rock Chomper was and what it is now, and the slot machine nature of it, I was when you went into it and I saw the long war scroll, I smiled with slight disappointment, like, okay, it's still here. Okay, but they got to give me something somewhere in the text. But it's a bigger chunk than I expected. It was a change to an entire profile specific spell, and they leaned heavier into the slot machine. Good, that's what it's supposed to be.
Okay.
So
I see. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
so when it's like the personal positive play experience effect of taking Slaughtermaster, and also as a customer being happy with the fact that you bought him, built it, well, he's fine, Cat.
Yeah.
Shit.
I don't know how I built him.
Hey, hobbied him for way too longer than you had to because you had a bad cast and you didn't feel like calling customer service for a
Yes.
repeat, although you should, and take time to hobby double. Make them pay for their transgressions and hubris. All right. At least now you can feel like, yes, I casted Rock Chomper, and yes, I rolled 6s on that instance, and it was devastating, and I felt good about it.
Okay.
If you can say that at least once, then you're like, I'm going to keep this list around. This was therapeutic, and it might be funny if it does nothing one day. There you go.
Okay.
That's my feeling.
That's fair enough. I can see the angle. Okay. Yeah.
It's
All
a
right.
slot machine. I'm not surprised if somebody out there on Pinterest has made a slot machine Slaughtermaster, a Slaughtermaster, if you know what I'm
Oh.
saying.
All right.
Please do that and send it.
Oh, this points value is
To
wrong. But okay, so the fire belly is supposed to be 130. Sorry, but yeah. Okay, so this war scroll is like largely unchanged. There's like just a couple subtle things. Okay, so
Okay.
the profile's all the same, but the missile weapon now it used to do D3 mortal wounds on a 4-up at 6-inch range, and now it's 8-inch range, and it's actually like a pretty decent like horde clear thing. So it's got a number of attacks equal to the number of models in the target unit up to 10. So you can have like 10 attacks 2s and 3s, no around 1 damage. It's like actually like pretty decent. Just like chip damage to a board. Yeah.
Comment is Fire Breath Stonks are up.
Yep.
10 is good for a single model.
Yeah, for cheap as well. With like a good spell with Billowing Ash. His
Yeah.
War Scroll spell's like okay. It's cast on a 5.
Oh yeah, that thing.
Yeah, which I've actually like cast once ever, despite taking multiples.
I cast it twice.
Yeah. So I used to give you +1 save and have the same AoE thing. Now it gives you a 5 up ward. So it's definitely better than it was. But
Oh, okay.
I don't know if you're gonna cast it. Really. The situation where I can see you using it is you take a Fire Belly with an Arcane Tome and Billowing Ash, and what you do is you cast Billowing Ash for the -1 to hit aura, and then you cast this. So then he will have a 5 up ward. So your opponent's going to have a harder time shooting him off to get rid of the -1 to hit aura. I can see that being the situation where you would cast this. And I think that's a valid way of using it. Yeah. Yeah.
I would also see this come up personally if I was taking 2. I already thought like, ooh, I'm already thinking of a dual Fire Belly list. If you're dual Fire Bellies, you should definitely be using this and make your opponent pay for trying to pick one of them out. So you can make an educated guess based on who's in engagement range with you, or if they're about to get into engagement range with you, or you decide, fuck it, I'm getting into engagement range. This is solid. This is more. I would take this a lot. I would probably be casting this a lot more often now.
I like the fact that he has a good shooting profile now. Like to me, the War Scroll makes a lot of sense now. I'm
this
a big
guy
fan.
is Fire Chad now.
Yep. I think he's being underrated heavily. Because he was already good in my opinion, and now he's like even better. So I'm a big fan. Big fan.
Shout out to any of the 3D sculptor guys on the STL libraries who are looking to make alternative Fire Bellies. Do it now.
Please do it.
there are some Timmys that are reading into this, and they will buy your STLs. They will subscribe to your Patreons if you have it.
Yeah.
There's not too many of them. I've seen like one that was like, okay, but I like the OG one despite the Finecast.
Yeah, I actually this is like one of the only Finecast models that I actually kind of like. To me, the model design is good. It's just the material's bad. Yeah. Like to me the model
I think
is
it
good.
would be cool if there was like a maybe like a Morningstar hammer wielding Firebelly alternative who was doing like a Kamehameha sort of thing with a grin on his face, and like a feathered mask.
Okay, yeah, like Wergog
you can
style.
paint the feathers with like phoenix feathers or some shit. That would be cool.
Yeah, I agree with the head. Definitely could do with something like for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so then we have in our Finecast series we have man-eaters.
Oh,
okay,
no.
so
Here we go. Yep.
I think it's kind of hard with these guys to see what's changed because most of us never took any. The profile is the same across the board, including the ranged weapons. So still got like your ninja stars with like 1 attacks, 3/3s, -1 D3, and then you got slices and bashes, which are 4 attacks, 3/3s, -1 2 damage. Okay, with 2-inch range. And then after deployment, you pick one of the following abilities, which is +1 to wound and melee. You get 18-inch range weapons. You can run and charge, or don't take battle shock.
Right,
and,
which is slight. It has a slight silver bullet effect similar to Killer Reputation, except remember that is after deployment, not before.
Yeah, I think probably the +1 to wound and melee is like on paper maybe just like best, but
yeah,
like run and charge.
I have taken the range.
Yeah,
I have done crack shots. I had this thing with the last book where I would do a I call it High Noon Tyrant, where he would do Sky Titan scatter pistols and the extra movement.
Yep.
And the increased save with Killer Reputation, and then I would take man-eaters and I would do crack shots with the one group, and they would be his entourage.
Yeah.
And I got really lucky one time, and I took out like basically an entire challenge of an objective with ranged attacks.
Yeah.
So I can understand that. So it really depends on your approach, but usually, yeah, you're gonna go the way of that +1 to wound.
Yeah, the brawlers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
they have a command ability now. Okay, so used at the start of the hero phase, so either player's turn, but you have to issue it from the general to this unit. And until the end of the turn, each model in this unit counts as 3 for the purposes of contesting objectives. So they normally count as 2.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all right. Yeah.
Yep, it's all right.
Okay, so that's man-eaters. Overall, on the mess side of things.
Lord have mercy on any Johnnies that think that's going to make a difference. Remember, hilliness. That's what you're here for.
Yeah, and they have a
If you
5-up
came in
save
for
as
any-
well. So I think that's the sticking point for me with this war
Oh
scroll.
no, I forgot to look at the. I
Yeah,
forgot to look at the circle. They still have a 5-up.
Yeah, that's I can't understand why they didn't. They need to have a 4-up. If they had a 4-up, to me this would be fine. But with a 5-up, yeah, no.
They spend all this time learning from humans. When they deal with huge dudes, they're gonna watch humans fighting other huge dudes, dipping and dodging, parrying,
Yes.
blade breaking, stuff like that, half swording, defense. Hello. Hey, how did you get here? Why are you here?
Or at
Why
least
are you in
you know what?
Moretribe?
Or at least if you have in the bin there done that thing, just put one defensive ability in there that isn't the battle shock one, right? Just give him like, imagine if there was one in here that was 5-up wood,
Yeah, it should be like journeyman. Like this guy has survived a long time.
Yeah,
+1
yeah,
to
yeah.
save.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, we have a personal favorite of the. Now, a Gorger isn't a T pose. It's like a special kind of like I pose, right? It's like the capital letter I. That's what a Gorger is. So still 6 wounds with a 6-up save, and moves 6, and he's 80 points. So in terms of wound to and save to point ratio, not extremely great. In combat, I believe is the same. So 4 attacks, 3s, 3s, no rend 2 damage, and 1 attack, 3s, 3s, -1 D3 damage. He still has the same ambushing thing where you set him up off the board, and at the end of your first movement phase, oh no, they changed that. I didn't even notice that. At the end of your movement phase, so it can be any turn. Okay, so it used to be the first movement phase, but apparently they've changed that. Very interesting.
Oh, thank God. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, that's good. Okay.
That's very good. Okay. And then they have another ability where, if you're eating, so you're in combat, then enemy units within 9 cannot receive or issue cannot receive the Inspiring Presence or Rally command. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Maybe. It's in the maybe file.
There are 3 factions that recently do have or recently received changes to the way rally works for them, and I also imagine Gloomspite gets in the future is going to get something to do with rally.
They have that. They got that in like one of the PDFs.
Oh, they did.
They got like a 4-up rally. So, the only thing with this is you've got to be in combat with this guy for it to happen because he's got to be eating, and he has a 6-up save. So
actually, I take that back. I don't know. I would say that's a slight silver bullet, but it's a slight silver bullet in the sense of certain teams are going to look at him as, oh, he's there now, and then of the ones I just mentioned are going to be, oh, he's there and he's painted red and I have to look at him, but he doesn't do that much because you're going to ask for the profile and you're like, okay.
Now,
but
what this guy actually is, all right, is he's I mean, not necessarily from the Timmy angle of things, but yeah, like what this guy is for scoring battle tactics because you can take 2 of them and you can do, the battle tactic where you got to have 2 models in your opponent's territory and then you put 2 of them there and then you do it. And he's, that's what this guy's
now, like in the past with arguments that I've had about why I even bought an Ogre, like there are some dudes that said it's such a shit model, like why are you supporting that Finecast, and all the arguments I had about it. And I once tried to make the argument Yeah, but you can make them forget about them, and then I would be eating my own words when I realized that the ambush says that you have to do it at the first,
Yeah, that's a huge
at
change,
the end of
right?
your
The fact
first
that it's
movement.
become any phase now, like that's a
Yeah.
big quality of life thing. But
Right. Now you can play the angle of trying to get your opponent to forget that's a thing. And then mid to late game bring them out, and you have assassination choices. You can edge out your opponent in long combat. Yeah.
yep, yeah,
Yeah. Put him where he needs to be. Good. Thank you. That's fine, I guess. But come on, more attacks or
yeah. The
uh
damage is not there, is it? That's really. It's like he's like one glutton, right? Like that's the thing. So yeah,
also, gorgers are scavengers, and historically, if you considered zoology and scavengers, they have, of many kingdoms and genuses, genuses, uh, very sharp teeth and ways of dealing with the digestion.
yeah.
Why does the distensible jaw still have only one -1 rend?
That was a
Okay,
magnificent way of
this
framing that.
this is barely good. There might be somebody in the offices thinking, but now we have the unlocked ambush.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Great. You might get me, who's a pure Timmy, and my one gorger has a Noblar riding on it, and I'm adding armor to him as we speak. And I'm making him think that he's a Stormcast. I'll post that one day. But I was always like, yeah, -1 rend is not good enough. So I totally expect that this is going to be like -2 or -3.
Yeah, yeah.
Because it's one attack. If it's one, it should be -3. This thing hasn't eaten, is only eating scraps, and if he's gonna get to food, if he's so crazed, he's biting at these armored dudes, in the current meta. Speaking out of the lore context here, he's gonna learn to bite around, if not completely into that armor to get to the meat. It just doesn't make sense. -1 is not enough to do that. I think you forgot about that, guys. You need to update that.
I think the kicker for me with this guy is he doesn't have the Gutbusters keyword. Like that to me is just like a little bit insulting because like there's a bunch of synergies he misses out on because of that.
That's
That just
true.
sucks. Yeah, and neither do the Man-Eaters, by the way. They don't have it either. So like for example, like Meat Fist or something, like the additional mortal wound, add one to the roll when you charge, right? Doesn't work on Man-Eaters. Basically none of the sub factions work on Man-Eaters, so
It must be hard to be used to it.
it's
Noticing these things. This page.
it's
Move
very
it!
sad. Move on. All right, and now we have a glorious page. All right, where glorious things. You're gonna love this. All right, so yeah. Now I think one of these is
They're
slightly
more
better than the other one,
expensive.
but
Oh, okay.
okay. So Ogre Gluttons still at the same profile, so still 5-up save. Okay, so that's not amazing, but yeah, okay. But the combat is way better. So it used to be 3 attacks, 3 threes, no rend 2 damage, and now if you take paired clubs or blunt blades, it's 4 attacks, 3s, neg 1 rend 2 damage, and importantly, they now have 2-inch range. Okay, so 2-inch range, additional rend, and an additional attack.
Oh
And
my
they're the
God.
same points that they used to be. Actually, I think they were 255 before this book came out. But anyway, like marginal difference.
Yeah. No, it's a 5-point increase. And then we'll get Iron Guts is 35 point.
I think they were
increase.
2. I thought they were
35.
2. Okay, 35. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm the Iron Gutsman now,
Yeah.
as far as I can tell. But okay.
Yep.
All
Okay.
right,
Now
Gluttony.
the abilities here are relevant. Okay. So, yeah, there's the 2 banner types. Okay. So you get +1 bravery. If you have a Beast Skull banner. Now the funny thing here, right, is it says you can include a Beast Skull bearer or a tribal banner bearer with a lookout nobbler. And the funny thing is, the banner itself doesn't have any rules. like the tribal banner does not have any rules. It's just the Noblar on the banner that has rules. So, which is kind of bizarre, but so you get +1 bravery from the skull looking one, and then from the one that's like blank, you get nothing, but then the lookout Noblar telling everyone to get out of the way gives you -1 wound from missile weapons, which is awesome, right? I love that. So if you combo that with the Winter Bite, you could be -1 to hit and wound from shooting. If you combo with the Fire Belly, you could be -2 to hit and -1 to hit from shooting with these guys. So
Okay, so these guys have now become like the corn of defense. They're it's sort of, I now have the feeling of what's that meme, that memology term, apes stronger together kind of feeling. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Yeah, that's the feeling I'm getting now. And then Iron Fist, that change?
No, that's the same. But I think you're never going to take that now because, you know, you get +1 attack for having 2 weapons now. So I think you probably just take the 2 weapons. Now, the Bellowers have changed across the board. So it used to be -1 bravery and aura. Now you get +1 to charge, which is way better. So that's big. I really like that. Yeah, I really like having +1 to charge. Yeah. Now, this unit has lost the innate reroll charge they used to have. They used to have reroll charge, but they don't have that anymore. But, yeah.
All right. Looks like I'm going to be, like, super gluing, what is it, that one Noblar that looks like it's hanging on to something onto my...
onto your Iron Fist?
No, the banner that doesn't have any rules.
Yeah, okay,
I'm going to say that it's a Dribble, and he's, like, hanging onto the horn and going...
Yeah. I think you just stick a Noblar on a stick and you just say it's your lookout Noblar or something. Oh, that's my lookout Noblar.
Yeah, and yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess aesthetically, it has always looked a little bit dumb for as big as they are to have them both banners.
Yeah.
And yeah, now it's kind of, it's taking away that issue of the slight analysis paralysis of which glutton are you going to put wounds on. If it's lower, if the count is lowering and it's down to those banner bearers and it's like, okay, what are the odds I'm going to survive and then I get to charge again? What are the odds that bravery is going to matter at this point? I usually get rid of the charge one. But I have been in instances where it was like, damn it, I won. I wasn't expecting that, and I could have had that +1 a charge, and then I re-roll I roll that charge, and I was 1 away. You know, that has happened. Yeah. But now it's gone, so now I'm like, all right, whatever. I would prefer you put some rules in there. I mean, it's okay if it's or, but can we have some interesting choices to make here? I mean, there are boys. Hello.
So that's gluttons. I mean, they're definitely a lot better, right? Now in the world of bounty hunters and them, you know, being forced to be battle line, which they are, like your opponent getting +1 damage against them is not amazing, but when that goes away, yeah, exactly, right? When that goes away, big stonks, I think. Okay. Iron Guts, you get 4 for 270, so very expensive. And 4 up save, 4 wounds. Okay. Now their Mighty Bashing Weapon has got an extra rend, so it's now 3 attacks, 3s, -2 rend, 3 damage. Okay. And yeah, the Gut Lord now puts out 4 attacks, 3s, -2 rend, 3 damage, which is like better than most heroes by like a lot. You know, so.
Yeah. Wow.
He's a big boy, the Gut Lord. He's doing big damage. Yeah.
Now we're playing 1-page rules where you can put your hero into the unit.
Yeah. So
nice.
Okay, the Standard Bearer is still like hilariously bad, but like sometimes it's fun where you can ignore spells on a 6. And then the Musician gives you +1 to charge, the same thing, the Bellower. Okay, now down to the Iron Guts used to be some like mega specific rule where like when an ogre's fled, you say you're down to the Iron Guts, and then you get reroll 1s to everything. Now it's just once per battle, after you fight, you can say you're going to fight again, Now you get the strike last rule when you fight the second time, but yeah, basically
Right.
second fight with these guys. Yeah.
I was really happy with this change. I was, I would say, knowing about this specific rule, like as I clarified before, I only knew about what was mentioned before Stuart and I had an agreement to do this reaction
Hmm.
podcast.
Yep.
Um, this is great, dangerous, provokes thought in your opponent once they know about it, and it actually allows us to use Down to the Iron Guts. It's funny, of all the games that I played, I want to say it's happened to me once. No. I forgot it was a thing, explained what it was, and then I gave up because it was too late. I forgot. When you have those instant specific things like Down to the Iron Guts as it used to be, you just forget about it. But the fact that it's there, it's in your face, and you know, it being, now that I know like what else we were getting aside from the Down to the Iron Guts change, like aka the profile, how strong the champion is at this point, I'm okay with 270 now. And it's still 4 guys, right?
Yeah, it's 4 guys, so it's expensive. They do have another ability, which is like they used to be a battalion that used to do this, but basically you're like a 3-up bodyguard shrug for the Tyrant.
The
Which,
gut guard, this thing.
yeah, now I don't like that because
It's curved here. I didn't actually read it. What does it say?
basically when your Tyrant takes a wound, like you can roll a dice on a 1 or 2, he still takes it. On a 3-up, this wound takes it. This unit takes it. So while he's within 3, you can like take wounds for him.
Oh, I remember.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah, I didn't get the way when I had my army built. They announced they were making the change that War Scroll battalions don't matter in match play
yeah,
anymore.
yeah. So I used to take this one all the time.
Yeah.
But the effect is like not great.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because like the thing is, if you could take this, if this was on the Gluttons, I'd be more into it. But like Iron Guts are like your super elite damaging unit, and you don't really want to be like using them as a bodyguard, right? Like, you kind of want to keep them alive. So, yeah. I mean, it's okay. Like, probably it's better to have than not have, but it's still, yeah, still limited. I think. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, yeah, bodyguard, and yeah, it's gonna come into play.
Maybe just quickly before we move on from this, right? How do you feel about like the overall like parity between these two? Can you see like a role for both of them, or what do you feel about them? Because they're kind of the same points now, right? So how do you feel about that? I mean,
Okay, so in my local meta, yeah, I thought about it. I was just thinking about it. So in my local meta, I would win. I'm winning pretty often in the lists that I build with
with Gluttons,
with gluts, with my dad bods, right?
yeah,
And they always overestimate in the instances where they, like, early on I was winning a lot, and then as they got to know it, they started overestimating what Iron Guts could do and underestimating what Ogre Gluttons could do, and they would flip-flop, and then I would win in between, and it just made for great games. And I always got invited for drinks afterwards. However, now both of them are really dangerous, but also for different reasons. I would actually, I'm really okay. I'm really happy, but I'm not going to put a smile on my face and show that to you viewers in confirmation of how happy I am, because I don't know. They're the core of my main of playing the ground units, and I'm really satisfied But I need to see how this plays out, especially considering these weird things that I was familiar with but are now on profile, like the Gut Guard thing, which was a War Scroll Battalion specific thing now. Bodyguard, like I never got to play with Bodyguard. So I don't know in that instance.
Yeah,
With Ogre Gluttons, I think my reaction showed it when I heard it when Stuart said minus the increased to rend, the -2 rend. I was like, oh, thank God. You know?
Yeah.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah.
My poor boys. Like when my opponents smartened up and knew that gluttons would fall if they concentrated on them. And then everything else cascaded from that. With -2 rend, they're going to charge in. They're going to take a few more models off the table than they expected. And that tells me there are stonks to be had, but I don't know how. I'll smirk at that, I guess.
Yeah. So, I mean, from my perspective, between the two of these, I like the Gluttons a bit more.
Okay.
And the reason for that, the reason for that is just that you have more wounds. If you actually, I sat down and did the math on these. It's basically the same damage for the same points. Just Iron Guts are slightly better against. Iron Guts are slightly better against armor if they have high armor saves, and Gluttons are much better against like crap with 6-up save, right? But for me, the Gluttons are better because you're going to count more for objectives, and I think
larger
the damage
unit sizes.
Yeah, so like more spread for like your gulping bite thing. You have to kill a bunch to get rid of the charge bonus. Like you have to kill more than, you only have to kill 2 Iron Guts to get rid of it. And they get the -1 wound from shooting as well. I think there's a lot of things going for the Gluttons. The thing that the Iron Guts have is that kind of explosive element of the double fight. Like the fact that you've always got that threat of like, I can go in and then I can go again. Like you've really got, if you got 8 Iron Guts, like you have the potential to just like blow a massive hole in your opponent's army. But as a consequence, for their points, they're very squishy. So they're like more of a glass hammer unit than the Gluttons, which are more of like your solid men on the ground. That's the vibe I'm getting from these War Scrolls.
Like it's a jawbreaker, moderately devastating by themselves, but stonks if you do Mega Chad Tyrant, Killer Reputation Mega Chad Tyrant, missile launcher counterpunch them with a and granted, I imagine Iron Guts would have to be reinforced because it's 4 units, and yes, there is the chance that shooting could put that 1 unit down, and then maybe another one once you get in some other way, magic or whatnot. So you would need to reinforce the Iron Guts unit, and then you would need to make the Mega Chad Tyrant choice, Brawler Guts plus whatever defensive bonus, take your pick. Unless you're, I don't know. You want to be, if going faster is the game, I guess you could take the increased movement. But yeah.
So that's the basic gut buster stuff. Now we're going into the shooting section of the book, which
yay.
Okay, has seen.
These are the units that everybody hates, but I love, and I don't understand why.
Okay,
but
so
I guess random attacks has always been the argument.
So let's look at lead belchers first before we get to iron blasters. Okay, so lead belchers have the same profile, so 4 wounds, 5-up save. I think they've gone down 10 points, so they're 170. Now their range starts at 18 now. So it used to be 12, but would go to 18 if you're in underguts. Now it's just always 18. Okay, so that's
good.
Nice. And so the profile is the same, but now you obviously get the extra rend if you're in underguts, right? So you would have like rend 2 at 18-inch range instead of just rend 1. So that's nice.
Jesus, that's gonna be great. Yeah.
And then the only thing that's happened to them is they have lost 1 rend in combat. They used to have rend 1 in combat for some reason. They don't anymore. They do have 2-inch range in combat though. Okay. And just
that's true.
Just 1 quality of life change. So it used to be they get D6 shots when they stand still. Now it's 2D3, which is more consistent, right? You're not going to roll a 1. Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah.
So I think really solid War Scroll. Like, just really solid, right? Yeah.
Nice. Okay.
Okay, now the next war scroll, which is kind of a combo, right? Because you're going to take lead belchers if you're taking iron guts to fill your battle line, right? But this
Yeah.
war scroll is the subject of controversy. Okay, this is the Iron Blaster war scroll. All right, so
Really?
okay, so it's still the same profile. So 7-inch moon, nine wounds with a 4-up save. Okay, but now let's look at the cannonball profile. So it's gained an attack, so it's now at range. It's 2 attacks, 4s and 2s, neg 2 rend, D3 plus 3 damage. Okay, but the hail shot is 10 attacks.
I immediately
threes,
drew
threes.
my eye to the double digits.
3s, neg 1, 2 damage, okay? And obviously, both those profiles would get an additional rend if you're in Underguts, okay? So your hail shot would be 10 attacks, 3s, neg 2 rend, 2 damage.
That is disgusting.
For 170 points. It's not even expensive, right?
Ugh, whoa.
It is disgusting. That is the right reaction. So...
If I okay. Well, okay. My brain is broken.
So can we? I would like for us to play devil's advocate here. So, okay. So obviously that's an incredibly strong shooting profile, but I mean it's kind of. I guess we could think about what are the negative aspects of this unit. And it is 9 wounds at a 4-up save for 170 points. So
sportsmanship. Sportsmanship. Yeah. So for example, like it's akin to being like Osirak Bone Reapers and spamming catapults.
Boy, it's way worse than that now. It's much stronger than
it evens out. Today's at one point it was disgusting and toxic as all hell. In this case, but as the meta moved on, it leveled out, and people are like, yeah, I mean, it might have been a while since you played, we get it, but take 2 catapults. We'll have a good game. I would be pressed to take 1 Iron Blaster. I'll take 1 and see how my opponents feel about it.
Yeah.
Because 10 is a lot. And it's 2 damage. What? What about Gorger? What about Man-Eaters? Why Iron Blasters? You know what's funny? You know what's funny? For the entire time that I was building up my army, I was using like Troll Trader and these different sprue salesmen, and Iron Blaster's scrap launcher was unsold for a long time, and I bought 2 sprues, one of which I almost built. I didn't build my Iron Blaster because none of my lists called for it. Now that shit's gonna change fast, at least for one of them. But those shits, they remained unsold for 2 years. And the moment that I heard a rumor about Iron Blasters being really strong, I'm like, I was so upset with myself. And I got a little bit excited when I went over to one of my sprue sites. Or no, I went to all of them, and all the Iron Blasters were gone. And I'm like,
mysteriously.
Is it bad that I knew about this? Yes, probably.
The thing that I loved is like we had a full like montage on Twitter, and we learned like very early on in the piece who has early access to the Battletome. It's because everyone on Twitter that was posting, oh look, I'm painting an Iron Blaster today, like 2 weeks before the Battletome came out. And I'm looking at it now like, all right, so what did you know that you weren't supposed to know then? Because clearly this is one of the strongest units in the book, right? Like, yeah.
Oh my god. By a long shot.
I think the thing that I don't like about this is that I don't think it would take much play testing at all to know that this is problematic, right? Like, I can kind of look at that, and I know that that's too much.
I would not bat an eyelash to find that they nerf this into the ground in 3 months.
Yeah, I think definitely. I mean, I think a points increase would actually be enough for this guy. So I just think it, like, for 170, come on, like, not for 170. It's got to be more expensive than that.
I would say Let me do some.
I mean, if we compare it to lead belchers, right? So lead belchers.
I was comparing it to actually
Yeah.
the ground units. I was comparing it to the boys. I was comparing it to gluttons and iron guts because we're so much chargier, and those are in the 200s, right? And I'm like, okay, if they nerf it via points, it's got to be more than 200 points.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, and then they would have to edge out the combos with like 5 point, those annoying 5 point increases.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if we compare it to lead belchers, right? Like, okay, let's ignore the fact that it hits on 3s instead of 4s for the hail shot, but like, okay, let's say you're standing still with lead belchers, so you got 2d3 attacks each, right? So you got 8 guys, so you got 8 shots. Wait, no, 4, so 16 shots in the unit, right?
Okay. Yeah.
So that's still worse than the Iron Blaster. And so how many lead belchers will you need? Well, you need to get, in order to get the same as basically like 20 potential damage, you would need to have, I guess 5 lead belchers, but you're hitting a 1 less to hit. So to me, you can just look between these two war scrolls and you can see kind of an inequity that's not okay. Because not only do you have the hail shot, you have the 30-inch cannonball. Like, you have 30-inch range, and you can move 9 inches. So you have 39-inch range on this unit. So,
Oh my god.
yeah, it's problematic, isn't it?
I would say what we're looking at is, I think it would be devastating and narrowly. I hear you, GW. You want the there's a lot of mixed thoughts I have on this because I love the lore. So the guns that they use are legendary cannons that are kept in commission that have never been replicated because they belong to a long lost cousin of Gargants that were smarter and very good engineers. They also had metallurgy skills that the dwarves were envious of, but we know very little about them. Okay, this is being expressed vehemently, very explicitly that this is something to be reckoned with, and it's like, why do ogres have this? I hear you. But for this to be on par but still dangerous, we're looking at it being at least 200 points, and take that 10 attacks and move it down to 6 or 7, and it would even out in my mind.
Yeah, it's just too much at the moment, isn't it? So
it's too many attacks, and if they keep 10, that's got to be 230 points or something. I think
it has to be a lot. Yep.
Yeah, it's got to be close to what we're looking at for your battle line. Well, your Warglut battle line. Yeah.
Yep. So that's the undergut stuff. Anyway, we have the most important section, which is the Noblar section.
Okay.
So, so we have the Noblar scrap launcher, which is cheaper than the Iron Blaster.
Before you get into it,
yeah.
TLDR, is Noblar scrap launcher good? Yes or no?
It's okay. Yeah.
All right. Explain.
Okay, so, loaded up is a complicated rule, which I don't want to read, but basically, if you have Noblars alive, you get +1 to hit. That's what that does. Yeah, okay, so it'd be like on 3s and 3s. Now, its attack characteristic is equal to the number of models in the target unit up to 20. So if you're shooting a 20-man unit, you'd have 20 shots, 3s, Deg 1, Ren 1 damage. Okay?
Oh, okay.
So it's not awful. It's quite cheap, but yeah, I think in comparison to the Iron Blaster, it definitely falls flat a little bit. Yep.
Does it? Well, it's cheap.
I like it as a singleton. I like one of them. Like one of them outside. Like if you're not running underguts, you're running like your meat fist boys. I like one of them. You know, just clear off some stuff.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, as I said, I have 2 sprues. One is untapped, and obviously you have to choose. and it's really hard to magnetize them.
Yeah, it's
I
like
might be
impossible.
making a non-magnetized Iron Blaster at this point, and I might magnetize the second
Yeah,
one.
okay.
Yeah, but I can now, Mike. The question in my mind is,
Yeah.
does this profile in certain unit v unit situations edge out the Iron Blaster? And I
No.
think the answer is no.
No,
Like, am I crazy to think that
it
it's
doesn't
not
ever.
even close?
No, it doesn't. No. Yeah, which is kind of
Okay.
insanity, right? And obviously the other side
Yeah.
of the situation is much worse. Like you play this versus Sons of Behemoth, where they all have single model units. It has one
Yeah.
attack. Okay, so
Right.
yeah, so that's a problem. So that's why I think you'd only ever take one if you're taking him at all, but probably maybe not. Yeah.
There
So
really should be like a season where we have a sideboard.
yeah, this would be perfect for that, right? If you like, if there's some
Yeah.
sideboard tournament format, this would be perfect. Yep.
But it's still like what is it? So it lobs, so it ignores, it's ignoring terrain still? No.
No,
Yes. No.
it doesn't.
Why?
I think the weird thing with this,
No, did
is
it
that
ever lob?
I think it did. Yeah, I think it did. The thing I really don't like about this is that it has a minimum range, so you can't unleash hell with it because, actually, I think
Yeah.
no, you can if they're just within 6, but as soon as they get past 6, there's like the 1 inch space where you can do it, right?
Yeah.
But the minimum range sucks because as soon as it gets charged, it can't shoot. So whereas the Iron Blaster, if we look, has no minimum range, of course. So, yep.
Ugh. They should have removed that. Cuz like what's the
It makes sense physically because if you're shooting a catapult and your opponent is standing directly in front of you, it has to go like that, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
But
so,
it's old piles of scrap, and Noblars are already described as being very good at picking up the most dangerous looking pieces of scrap and throwing them. Like it says that they're good at that, and they have an eye to see everything is useful, and that's why they live in garbage heaps.
yeah.
And they keep garbage for specific in-mine reasons, and that's how they survive. And that's also how, aside from them being, as written, not delicious to eat, like the most disgusting things, among most disgusting things that they can eat, aside from actual garbage. Yeah, like they shouldn't have minimum range because at that point they should be just throwing the scrap. I mean, it does 1 damage anyways. What's the difference?
Yeah. I agree.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's them. Noblars are great. So same absolutely awful profile. So 5-inch move, 1 wound, 6 up saber every 4, but you get 20 for 100. Okay, now they have some like missile weapons and some melee things. I think Haywo said on Warhammer Weekly, if you're just playing with a mate and you're doing the melee, you just say, like, on a 4-up, you take a wound. Like you don't roll 25s and 5s, all right? It's just say on a 4-up, you take a wound, and then that's it.
Well, they improved the traps.
Yes, but the traps are awesome now. So each time an enemy unit finishes a move within 6 of any friendly units with this ability, roll the dice. On a 4-up, they take D3 or mortal wounds. Now, it doesn't specify what type of move that is. So your opponent, they move within 6, you roll it. They charge within 6, you roll it. They pile in within 6, and you roll it. So if, in a usual charge sequence, right? You would have 3 chances at doing mortals with this unit.
Yeah, in core rules, there are some other rules that play into this. A move, as described via all the different moves, each move describes a pile-in is a move.
Yes.
A charge is a move that,
yes,
and so
exactly.
on. So yes, I think you're right. Yeah.
So
great.
Yeah. Now, when I first read this,
Good.
I didn't see the any part. Okay, so it does. If you finish within 6 of 2 Noblar units, you do only roll once. Because the first time I read this, I imagined I didn't see that. So I imagine this list where you have 200 Noblars, and what you do is you line up like one Noblar at the end, and then you string the rest of them back. And so your opponent moves like near them, and then they would have rolled like 20 times. Anyway, you can't do that, okay? It's any, so it's just one. All right. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. Oh God, why did you have to say this, Stuart? Fun detected. I can hear it now. But
there was cogs sticking in my head. I was like, am I gonna have to buy 200 Noblars? But no, it's okay. You don't have to do that. Yeah.
No, you just need like 1 to 3 units. I mean, it depends on what you're trying to do. Again, arguments for sidebar meta. But like ogres don't have chaff, but they have Noblars.
Yeah.
And Noblars before, and I'm sorry, I know you said we don't want to compare War Scrolls. Like before, it was this one specific combo with Tyrant. Now it's like, it's thematic. It makes sense. Like they're the tiniest little sentient dudes that exist in this universe. They're going to be good at better at tricking and trapping and tripping their way around their own style more than anybody else, because some goblins are bigger than others and some of them are braver than others. Nobblers have nothing.
Yeah.
They have 4 bravery. So okay. I hope they never change that. Yeah.
The obvious synergy with Noblars for me is like you take them in the gun line with Iron Blasters, right? Like that's where they kind of belong, right? Like that's kind of the obvious list, right? Like
that's what I was doing with them before. So.
Yeah. So that's what we're all doing, and they've gotten better, right? So all of it's got better. So that's what they are. Okay. So now we have the Beastclaw Raiders section, which I think is in line with much of what we've seen so far from the Beastclaw Raiders, in that not much has changed. Okay, so just a couple things. So this is the Huskard and Thundertusk. This is the Priest one. It's 330 points. It's gained 2 wounds. So it used to be 12 wounds, now it's 14, which is nice. And let's see. The profiles are all the same. Including the Thundertusk attack, okay? So it's still the thing where it's like good against hordes and like pretty awful against everything else. The Blood Vulture used to be 30-inch range. Now it's the whole board. So, I mean, I don't know how much of a difference that is, but...
Yeah. That's good. That's good. Yeah, I mean, I think one time I heard Haywo saying it almost never matters, but there are some goblins out there that, like, for no reason at all, like, they'll see that they'll ask, like, specifically, oh, did you spam vultures, with some sneer on their face, and then put all their heroes in the corner.
Oh, yeah.
Or something like that, but now it doesn't matter, so...
Yeah, that's something.
Good.
So if you take the Chain Trap instead of the Blood Vulture, basically it has some like snag effect. So if you roll a hit, you roll a dice on a 4-up, the monster is snagged until the start of your next shooting phase. So basically when it moves, it has to finish at least closer to the unit that snagged it as it was at the start of the move. Okay?
Okay.
Nice, all right. I mean, the Chain Trap is 12-inch range, and yeah, it's on a 4-up. I think you're taking the bird, all right? Like, you're taking the bird. Yeah.
I mean, it's... I wonder. No, yeah, you're taking... Is it still, like, the order... How do I say? The order of magnitude, like, you're going to be taking the vultures, but then... There's some utility to taking something else, in which case you're taking the harpoon launcher, but you're almost never taking the chain trap. Is it the same?
I think like the harpoon launcher has more range than the chain trap and has the potential to do more damage than the vulture, but realistically it won't. The chain trap like has bad range, and can like sometimes do damage, but there's the snag effect, but I just think it's going to come up so minimally. I think the Blood Vulture is like better, like 99% of the time.
I'm gonna try Chain Trap. I'll try it. Like, I didn't try it before. I just didn't care. I was like, yeah, but why not Vulture? Or yeah, Harpoon Launcher, but why Chain Trap? And it was never Chain Trap in my mind.
Yeah. Now the prayers are basically the same. They're cast on they answered on a 3 instead of a 4 now. So basically, it's a D3 heal or a +1 to wound for Beastclaw Raiders. So pretty decent.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Yeah, no, that's good.
I mean, I think for 330, like he brings a decent amount, but I think all the Thunder Tusks basically feel a bit bad unless you got the 5-up ward on them. So that's the gist of it. Yeah.
Yeah, you got to go in there with a plan, and I also feel like his monstrous. Yeah, that's another thing. Like that thingamajigger, the choice that you can take, where you can do more monstrous rampages.
Yeah.
Maybe it doesn't matter because now that I'm looking at this war scroll, the Thunder Tusk specific the Thunder Tusk specific monstrous rampage feels more mid-late game now than early game.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
I mean, I'm sure there are going to be like, round 2, your opponent wants to round 2 or anti-alpha strike your first round. You're going to weaken their follow-up or punish them for the choice of an alpha strike with what you would do with the Thunder Tusk. But you need a plan, and I'm only ever taking 1 or no Thunder Tusks.
Yeah. That's the scenario, I think. Yeah.
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 It's better. Yeah.
So that's the Husk Guard.
Yeah.
Okay.
Chain Trap is interesting. Good. Okay, I'll try it. Thank you.
So the Beast Riders are 270, so pretty cheap. But yeah, I mean, basically you get this time you get a Chain Trap, or you get you get a Harpoon Launcher, and then you get either a Chain Trap or a Blood Vulture. So you're probably taking a Harpoon Launcher and a Blood Vulture, and it has all the same abilities. I don't think you're going to take this one because you can't get the 5-up ward on it. So it is battle line if you take a Beastclaw Raiders general, as with the Stonehorn Beast Riders, but I'm not a fan of this one, unfortunately. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm firmly a believer in Stonehorn Beast Riders.
Yes, which is the next one.
If the monster disappoints you, you know. Yeah, exactly.
So Stonehorn Beast Riders going up 2 wounds. They still have a 5-up ward. And other than that, they're exactly the same as they used to be in terms of combat. So the only thing that's happened on the Stonehorn Beast Riders, which is like pretty minor, is that the Crushing Hooves have 2-inch range. So it used to be that the Frost Sword on Stonehorn, his mount had 2-inch range, but the Stonehorn Beast Riders had 1-inch range. I'm assuming that was a mistake because it's been fixed now, so they're all 2-inch range. Yeah, I mean, the only problem with the Stonehorn Beast Riders, which has always been the problem, is that you need to buff him because otherwise he's kind of flailing around on 4s with his rock hard horns, which is, it's problematic. But overall, like, massive buffs because like the bracketing is much better. So he only brackets at 6 wounds now. And it's like pretty lenient, and you've also gained more wounds. So if you're in Boulderhead, he's going to have 16 wounds now instead of 13, which is what it used to be in Boulderhead. So I think quite a big difference there. And he's 310 points, so I think he's also gone down in points a little bit. So
that's pretty good. I mean, it's a buff on paper. Okay.
Yeah.
Like, it's funny how the most Timmy thing, like Stonehorns being the most Timmy thing that we can think of, Beast Riders edged out a little bit by, you have to have experience to know why you're taking, how many of these you're taking versus the leaders. and what they're going to bring to the table in difference. And okay, yeah, it's like I feel like it was more of like a quality of life update than anything special so far.
Yeah. Okay,
Gotcha. Okay.
we're into the Frost Lords. Yeah, I mean, basically, both the Frost
Here he
Lords
is.
are the same. Like, they both have 15 wounds now, so if you have Boulderhead, they have 17 wounds, which is, like, a lot. Okay, it's a lot. And they have a 3-up save. Yeah, the profile's still the same for both of them. It's still what it used to be. I think there's two big changes here. The first one is Bellowing Voice. So it used to be like a reroll charge command ability. Now it's just a +1 to charge or a Beastclaw Raiders. And it doesn't say any, so it stacks. So if you take multiple Frost Lords, you can get like, +3 to charge or whatever, or so pretty handy. And then the Frost Spear, if you score a wound roll of a 6 versus a hero or monster, they lose 1 attack until the end of that phase.
Ooh, is that? I guess I'll ask: is that is the Frost Spear, that special ability on that profile, also reflected on the Stonehorn?
Yes. Yeah.
Yay!
Which
That's
I think is the
great.
next
Now
one.
he's even more dangerous. Okay, show us.
So wait, just quickly. So this is 400.
Oh.
I think that's a little bit expensive for this one. That's my opinion. Like 400 is a lot for like the Thunder Tusk variant.
I agree, but maybe they're basing that on wounds.
Yeah. Okay, we had some technical difficulties, but we're back. Definitely the same day, and we're definitely the same humans. So just as a recap, we just did the Frostlord and Stonehorn. So Kevin, how do you feel about the Frostlord and Stonehorn overall?
Disclaimer: this is no longer my raw reaction, but Frostlord on Stonehorn is, and I recall roughly what I said is, I am happy, rightly so, that the Frostlord on Stonehorn, as it was known to be like the big monster truck thing that everyone talks about as, don't underestimate the Frostlord on Stonehorn spiel, in the meta began to age when it was just a big thing where the strategy essentially was, if you can, crowd up on the Frostlord on Stonehorn first. Don't be afraid, but sometimes he will win the slot machine. That's how Stonehorn has been. But now I am happy because of the Frost Spear ability, which I think I already commented on in the other formats of our monster trucks.
Yep. Yeah.
And it, like, okay, so what he has now, given that he's dangerous and an updated quality of life per his weapon profiles a little bit, the points, whatever, and wounds, so we don't have to worry about options and extending their life. We get to make the fun option, but the fun choices now. Not only that, but the opponents, they're all now going to be looking at these monsters saying, yes, you should crowd up on them, but now you really got to think about who are you going to pin them down with, or who are you going to be okay with them getting into combat with. Simply because of that. It gives your opponent pause, which I feel will improve their place in the meta. And it's so far, like with their approach of build your own Chad on monster truck, this is super interesting for those of us who play at the less competitive, lower points values meta games. So far, I feel like the most options available to me for utility and damage seems like the Husk card on Stonehorn, from what I commented in the lost content.
Yeah.
What else did I say? Probably gonna go with him, but then again, this is so dangerous now. and it's dangerous in a way that makes the game better for everybody. So it's not just, well, the game was a game with an ogre player, and we're going to invite him to dinner because he's fun to be around. It's, wow, Kevin/Stewart played a very interesting game tonight, and I didn't know that you can do that with those creatures,
Yeah.
given the monstrous rampage change and whatnot.
I think what I like about what they've done here is, yes, the first Frostlawn on Stonehorn is kind of amazing. Like, I was saying before, you can make him a priest, you can make him a wizard, you can give him the -1 to wound Mawtribes, and then he has the monstrous action. But then it's like the second Stonehorn has none of those things, and you can only do the monstrous action once. So they're kind of pushing you towards like going one Stonehorn max and using him as like your main hammer thing, and then you send him in and you do all your fun tricks. But then the second one you put in is probably not going to be worth the 445 points, price tag, because that's a lot of points, right?
But at the same time, note that Stewart is saying that still, given the point I make about the build your own monster truck thing that they're going for, which means you could take repeats and have some variation.
Yeah,
so it's like there's something for everybody.
Yep.
Yeah. All the different quarks of the atoms.
I guess my point is, if you are going to take repeats, like, you probably wouldn't take the same one. You know what I mean? Like,
absolutely.
You probably wouldn't go 3 Frostlets of Stonehorn, which is good, because at the end of the day, we don't want to bring all of the same model. And that was like one of my expectations, right? Like, I wanted us to not bring 4 of the same model or 3 of the same model. And before, in the previous Battletome, you were like bringing probably 2 Frostlets and Stonehorn. I'm not sure that's going to happen now, so I think overall positive. So that's,
I think it's enough where the people who think that's good are going to have fun still, but then they're going to go, oh, but yeah, that's less instances of what Thunder Tusks are doing or what my other choices are making.
Yeah, put some Gluttons in. Yeah.
Yeah.
Something. Okay. So then we have the kind of meat and potatoes of the Beastclaw Raiders side of things. So we have the Morn Fan Pack and the Icefall Yetis. And then we have some other Finecast stuff coming up later. But anyway, here we are.
Well, you guys, for those of you who remember the intro, I need say no more.
So we've got the last plastic non-side game war scroll of the book here, which is Morn Fang. Okay, so the main thing that's happened here is that the clubs have gotten a bit extra Ren, so they have an extra pip of Ren now. And the Tusks do 2 damage all the time. They used to only do 2 damage when you charge, so that's what's happened there. You still only can have the command for 1 in 4 models, but you do get the Skalg if you've got just 2 models. But yeah, like the main thing here is the line breakers thing, right? The -1 to wound for missile weapons that target the unit, and then if you charge, the Unleash Hell only wounds you on a wound roll of 6. Now, I will say about the whole Unleash Hell thing, as great as that is, if you charge Sentinels, doesn't matter. Like, they're doing mortal wounds on 6s and 5s and 6s to hit, right? So, them only wounding you on 6s doesn't really matter. So that's just something that sucks a bit here, but yeah. But 175 points is what they are. So
I agree. It's you're still taking them in packs of 2, right?
I think I've thought about taking a list where you run like 4 and you like buff them to the high heavens, because there is some like keyword bingo where, because they have like the Beastclaw Raiders keyword, but they're kind of like hitty ogres, they can kind of get some extra synergies because of that. Like the prayers from the Husk card work on this unit, but they don't work on the Gluttons, even though it's kind of a similar profile.
Oh, okay.
So that's something. The other thing is like Blood Feast, which gives them +1 attack per model, is quite good because they have 2 attack profiles, and the Gluttons don't. So yeah, that's kind of alright.
I was just thinking of the one time that I ran a TTS list where I took a bunch of 2 packs and tried to see what would happen if I just sprinkled a bunch of range shots on, with individual 2-man Skalgs.
Yeah, with the pistols and that. Yeah. I think
I mean,
like,
they never
yeah.
hit, but yeah, I tried.
Yeah, I think probably you won't see the fours too much. I think you're right. I think it's probably just going to be the twos, but and probably just to fill out battle line like 3 2s or something, as boring as that is. But
But the shooting meta.
yeah, but the shooting matter, right? So
Yeah, but the shooting meta. Yeah, yeah. You know those sentences.
so if you, I mean, if you're playing this unit against KO or something, or something that doesn't do mortal wounds and shoots, they're going to feel great. So
Yeah.
that's one thing. Yeah.
Or give them 2 shots. I think I remember having this rather Timmy rant where it's like, why the hell are they not able to do 2 shots? Because if you think of
Yeah.
like Mad Max, Fury Road, of the guys that did have ranged weapons, they usually shot, reloaded, and shot as they approached the vehicle. They have time to reload. Like, what's going on here? Are they just like, are they like shooting and then going as they charge forward?
Yeah. Yeah, the shooting's definitely with the one shot, it's rough. But
Yeah.
I guess
time to be freaks.
the combat getting a bit better is nice and more reliable. Because it used to be like if you weren't on the charge, the kiddies were just like basically the same as Frost Sabers, which felt a bit silly. So I'm glad they buffed that. Yep.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so then we have obviously a favorite unit of mine, which I have. I had high hopes for this unit going into this. I no longer have high hopes, having read the War Scroll.
Also,
because
3D sculptors are sleeping on this.
I think
Sleeping.
there's a couple that are decent, but yeah,
I'll ask you later.
yeah. So
I won't buy them, GW. You can't make me.
there's no way. I mean, I feel like as well. Of the 3 that they produce, I think the one they've chosen for the photo here is maybe the worst.
It's true.
Like, look at
know
the
the other
face on this
choices.
one. Like, I swear the face is better on the other 2. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's the face,
He looks
right?
kind of like that, but he's a bit grumpier. I'm too happy right now.
And like his hand is as big as his face as well, right? Like, it's an old model, but okay. So the changes here, they do have 2-inch range now, which is kind of nice. But you're probably not going to take them in large units. But at least you can, maybe that's going to matter sometimes.
It's there. It's like flavored coffee powder.
I think basically what they do, I feel like sometimes in Games Workshop Battletomes, it does feel like the buffs are a little bit crowdsourced. Like, everyone's like, can we please have 2-inch reach on Gluttons? And then they were like, okay, we're going to give 2-inch reach to everything. We only asked for Gluttons. So, like, the Mournfang, like, clubs puzzlingly have 2-inch reach, even though that doesn't matter at all. And now the Icefall Yetis do. I mean, it doesn't really matter, but yeah.
I mean, I think it makes sense when you look at the miniatures. I mean, that's always been the argument. So for sure, those other, as we say, pet owner players, guys who have pet units, are going to make the argument for the other pet units that are often
Yes,
found.
this is true. Yep.
The pet owners that congregate around Ogre Mawtribes it's like a subculture within a subculture. It's great.
Yeah, so I guess, that's why they gave Icefall Yetis 2-inch, but it's kind of whatever.
That's what
the
it is.
Aura
Yeah.
of Frost used to be -1 to hit. Now it's a 6-up ward, which is kind of... I mean, I will say it's better, because if you have the Fire Belly -1 to hit Aura, now you can kind of benefit from both, so it's a little bit better. The 6-inch pylon hasn't changed, and they still have Run and Charge, which hasn't changed either at all. So that's Yetis for 3 for 120. Battle line if you have a Thunder Tusk General. I'm feeling very meh about these guys, but for the purpose of feeling battle line, Icefall Yetis are decent. Yep, that's pretty much that. Models are not decent.
Please
Okay.
update them or make them plastic.
So we have the second lot of Underworlds warbands, which is the Hrothgorn Man Trappers. Now, I actually didn't know that Hrothgorn's name was actually Hrothgorn Man Trapper. Did you know that his name is actually Hrothgorn Mantrapper?
Oh my
I thought
god.
his name was Hrothgorn's. Was Hrothgorn, and that his band of dudes was called the Mantrappers. It's
That's
like,
so cute.
but
That is
actually,
that's peak.
but what I don't understand about this, right, is his name is Hrothgorn Mantrapper, and then the Noblar unit's name is Hrothgorn's Mantrappers, and I think that's
Oh.
wrong because if his name is actually Hrothgorn Mantrapper, then the unit's name should be like Hrothgorn Mantrappers Trappers or something, right?
No, no, if you think about what you just said, both are true. Because if you choose, you're just choosing to use his first name,
But
right?
his last name is Mantrapper.
God.
Is it like the Jackson 5 or something? Is that the premise here? Is that how it works? Like, I mean, there are 5 of them, you know? Anyway.
There it is! You found it!
Anyway, so there are 185 points. Not really much has changed here. There's still a bunch of rules which you don't like reading that are there. Now, a couple things have changed. I think the Noblars didn't used to have 2 wounds, and they do now. And their profiles slightly better than all the Noblars. But other than that, yeah, nothing has changed. The hidden trap is still the same thing it was, which basically you pick something on the battlefield, and if either your opponent move next to it, you roll a 2 up and do that number of mortal wounds. Yeah. Now the way to play this, I've always said, is I say to my opponents at the start of the game, you're not going to remind me about this, and I'm not going to remind you about this, and there's going to be no take-backs with this involved, because if both players can just like move something and then, you know, say, oh, I forgot that the trap was there, do you mind if I don't go here? Then the trap just never does anything the whole game. So I kind of like with this kind of thing, you just say, you're not going to remind me, I'm not going to remind you. And because the effect works on either player, you can kind of do that thing. So yeah, I think that's the best way to play this. But anyway, at 185, I don't know. It seems a bit expensive to me, this unit.
Yeah, the trap is here. It's happening.
Yeah.
You have to there's a few ways to go about it. It's more of like a mental game because you know, there are some opponents, no matter how experienced they are, who are going to emotionally respond to, but my boys, you know, taking the 1 to 3 1 to 3 mortal wounds, 1 mortal wound. Oh, number of mortal wounds.
So it can be 6
equal
if
to
you
the
roll
roll.
hot, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. It's a slot machine amongst many other added slot machines, as I've seen lately, and it's still good in, well, for me, and yeah, for me.
Anyway, that's
I'm using
that. Yeah, I think we can move on. So that's them, and then we have the Wow Wow part of the book. This is yeah.
It's unfortunate. Yeah. This is not my first reaction, but yeah, it was. I think I had a face of confusion, and disappointment, and mostly, yeah, I'm really confused about. You know what? I mean, we're already kind of late to like the initial release of all this information.
Yeah.
Everyone knows that this is bad, but let's just talk about our disappointment here and what doesn't make sense. So let's talk about what doesn't make sense first. So you start.
Yes. Okay, so I think the biggest thing with the Icebrow Hunter that doesn't make sense to me is that they decided to release this new sculpt called the Blood Pelt Hunter, right? Which has a unique war scroll with lots of cool stuff going on, right? But
Right.
if you're not going to make the effort to make 2 war scrolls, why couldn't you just replace the Icebrow Hunter with the new war scroll and just bin off the Finecast model? Like, I don't think... It's a hunter who looks like he lives in the ice. So why do we need a Blood Pelt Hunter and an Icebrow Hunter? Why couldn't we just replace the Icebrow Hunter with the other dude? Is there any... I don't know.
Okay, so I'm dragging myself right into lore reasons again. My feeling was that the Icebrow Hunter is like a multi-regional hunter. The Icebrow Hunter specializes living amongst his skull, which, is mostly Frosty Plains, but they do invade, other territories. So,
I guess they wanted another Gutbusters hero is maybe the reason why. It just seems like this War Scroll it's so reined in. One thing we didn't connect yesterday, right? So just this Hunter's Crossbow thing is 1 attack, 4s, 3s, no rend, D3 damage, right? It's 1 attack. Yeah. Now, if we cast our eyes back, I'm just going to scroll up a little bit, all the way back to the artifact.
Okay.
just so we recognize how ridiculous this is. Okay.
This is actually already better than what we lost. So.
Yeah. So this one here, right? The Icebrow Hunter. If the unmodified hit roll for an attack with the bearer's huntbow crossbow is a 6, it's D3 mortal wounds in addition. Okay? But it's 1 attack. The hits on force. So I just wanted to point out how absolutely ridiculous that artifact is. Like it's on another level.
In my mind, I remember I didn't say this last time. My mind keeps going back to what you said about the champion of the Iron Guts, and how he compares now to the hunters. He's better. I think he's actually better than the Icebrow Hunter, but he's cheaper if you think about the math. So.
So why would you take the Icebrow Hunter? Yeah, so the Gut Lord, who's the champion, would be 4 attacks, 3s, 3s, neg 2 rend, 3 damage. And this guy has 4 attacks, 3s, 3s, no rend, 2 damage. So what's actually fun about this guy is he's actually worse than a single glutton in combat now.
Oh, yeah. Huh.
Which is unbelievable. Like, unbelievable. Yeah, and I think the math works out with a Mournfang that, like, actually, I think against most armor saves, his melee attack is about the same as the melee attack of a dude on the Mournfang. So, excluding the Mournfang, just the dude attacking. So, yeah, I mean, this just looks like a straight Control-C, Control-V, and then, the graphic design department tells you, like, we've got to fit this and the Frost Sabers on the same page, so can you just cut a few rules? Right? Yeah.
Shame on you. I think already, like, this is the second or third time that I've needed to express the need for public shame to now be a thing here. Guys, come on.
And then the Frost Sabers are even worse, right? So, actually, probably not even worse. I think the Frost Sabers are marginally better than the Icebrow Hunter, but still extremely disappointing. They've gone up a wound. Mobility. They do have mobility. So, they move 9. But they're 3 wounds with a 6 up save, and you get 2 of them for 80 points. So it's 6 wounds at a 6 up save for 80 points, which is just bad. And it's not visible while it's in cover. So if you were reading the Winterbite thing and thinking, maybe these guys would be interesting in Winterbite, well, they kind of already have the same ability on their War Scroll anyway. So that just kind of feels like a bit of a slap in the face that you get the same ability twice.
Let's take Gorgers. Gorgers are better, guys.
Yep.
Hello, you can sell Fenrisian wolves. Like, I hear this all the time. Like the local stores say this. The official stores say this. If you don't like the sculpts, you can sell them. You can sell these, but like.
Yeah.
You gotta too many points. Just rewatch this whole stream. I can't. I don't have any more room in my brain for specific reasons.
Anyway, that's Frost Sabers, and then I got Hrothgorn again. So the next section we have is the match play section, and our Timmy eyes are not so ready for this, so we're going to need a little bit of an aid here. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so just gonna put on the spike vision for this segment. So, of course, match play is something that definitely spikes are more equipped to deal with. So, we've just got to talk through the grand strategy and battle tactics here. So,
whenever we're serious, now we're still Timmys, but now we have to show them that we're here to win.
Yes. So, okay. Yeah. So, as I go through all these, so the first one, if I just take a peek here, is Okay, so basically, there's a normal grand strategy which is similar to this, which is take what's theirs. But basically, if you have more friendly units wholly within enemy territory, then they have within their territory, get that. So that's pretty doable. What's the next one? The next one is if a monster is destroyed by your general, and your general hasn't died. I feel like that one's okay if you got a Frost Lord. I feel like that's kind of doable, right? Like kill something with your Frost Lord and keep your Frost Lord alive. But of course, they've got to have a monster.
Yeah.
So that's the only problem with that, right? Yeah.
Yeah, Frostlord is like still one of the killiest things in Ogre Mawtribes. So when you get to be experienced in being the killy one on the table, it does you do gain a good gut feeling for when you are going to be able to do that, and that's why we're saying it seems easier.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, on the War Path, they've kind of printed this in every Battletome recently, but yeah, basically, if you do the battle tactics only on from the table below, then you get that. No. Enough grab for all is you complete this grand strategy if the War Pot is full and you spend it at least once during that battle. That one I feel like is alright. That one feels doable to me. Like, refill the War Pot and use it once. I think if your opponent smashes it down, it's probably still okay. As long as it's full when it was smashed, I believe. Yeah.
Wait a minute. Doesn't that terrain canceling Monstrous Rampage just deactivate whatever's on the War Scroll? So that piece of terrain is now made as if it didn't have a War Scroll.
Yes.
There's that interpretation too.
Yes. So maybe that's something that...
Because
maybe
the refilling thing is on that War Scroll.
Yes. So, but what I'm saying is after it's refilled, if it gets destroyed, is it still full even though it's destroyed? You know what I mean? I don't know. That bit I don't know.
Well, if the terminology that dictates whether or not it is empty or full. Yeah, I guess you would have to that's definitely magenta text.
Yeah, I think they
up
faxed
on
something along those lines recently, so that's maybe something that could be looked at.
Yeah,
So,
it's kind of like, could it still be considered full, or was the pot tipped over? That would make sense, right?
Exactly right. Well, the pot is tipped over. Man, that should be a rule on the Great Maw pots. Like, if it's destroyed, then like you can come back and pick up some meat and heal or something. That should be anyway.
They should have a thing where actually that would be fair balance.
But you got to come back, right, and get it. And to defeat the monster that's there, or maybe both players can eat from it. Like, you destroy it. And
it would have a part on this War Scroll that says the Monstrous Rampage smashed to rubble still has the ability to deactivate this War Scroll and empty the pot. However, instead of choosing to engage in combat, a nearby Ogre unit has to be big enough. Or Ogre Mawtribes or Beastclaw Raiders unit can elect to put the pot back up so that it may be filled again. But is it still full? I don't know. Lorically, it would be tipped over, right? Yeah. So no, but yes, if we change the War Scroll.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so next we have Eat Your Fill. So you get this at the start of the combat phase if every Ogre unit is eating. This is the first battle tactic. That one's pretty good. So you just have to be in combat with all the Ogres. You do have some charge bonuses, so you don't have to worry so much about like not making charges if you're already within 3 inches and stuff. So normally in some armies, you'd be kind of freaking out about, am I going to roll some double ones and fail some charges to not get this? But,
I see what you're saying, yeah.
But late game, like let's say you've only got your Frosthorn and Stonehorn left, this is kind of a slam dunk, right? Because you just got to get him in combat, and then at the start of the combat phase, you score it, and then you don't have to think about the battle tactic for the rest of the turn, which is great, right? You just want to be.
That was my feeling. Yeah. Like the approach to, it's where late game goes if you're fighting a castle army, where they have the big stuff in the back and everything's cleared out and the big stuff are fighting, or you held out with your Stonehorn long enough to seal the deal.
Yep. Yep.
It's that sort of thing. Yeah.
Okay, the
It's
next
there
one.
if you need it.
The next one's basically the opposite. So your whole army's hungry,
Yeah.
but you can't do it first battle round.
Okay.
I think kind of similar. Like, so in the late game, you might have like a couple of units left, and you're just kind of scrambling to get objectives, and you're not really looking to engage anyone. Then that one's pretty good, I think.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Now the thing with this one that's good is it's not at the start of the combat phase, so you could actually fight, and then blow off what was in front of you, and then you would be hungry afterwards, right? You know,
Yeah,
I don't know
makes
what
sense.
I don't know what kind of metabolism ogres have, but a lot apparently.
They can. The easiest point in the lore is they can also digest like creatures of Nurgle. So yeah,
Okay,
anything.
so it just goes straight in, straight out. Yeah.
Yeah, rocks, realm stone, magical objects, cursed objects, objects of chaotic origin, literally anything they can eat in this version of ogres. Yes.
There you go.
But they can die. It is a religion, so they have to like train their bodies to digest it, and they are able to do it. And those guys become the Iron Guts. And then if they get fat on it, they get, they're absorbing all those energies. Some of them are even becoming smarter, and they become tyrants and over tyrants and so on.
Yeah. As we just have an ambulance going past. Okay, so
Some ogre failed to eat warpstone today.
Avalanche of Flesh is the next one. So if you're running a bunch of like tyrants, like if you're running some dumb list with 5 tyrants and Kragnos, okay, then this is a good one, right? Just do 10 mortal wounds when you charge. A little bit dependent on what you roll for when you charge. So it's a little bit on the YOLO side of battle tactics. Like, I don't know if you would do it if you had other options. It's just sort of like, it's hard. Yeah, it's not super reliable, right? Like,
It's the I want to have fun option, because I was smiling immediately. So that's what it is. It's, I don't have to shield my eyes to read that.
I think the fun aspect of it, right, is like normally you might not count like how many you actually get, but this turn your turn you use it, you probably go way over. Like you probably do like 20, and you're like, I just did 20 mortal wounds on the charge, like,
Hey.
And 5 Tyrants with Kragnos, by the way, does actually do 30 mortal wounds or so on the charge on average if you get them all into combat. So
That's true. Yeah. Okay.
so that's doable. Okay, so
Based Kragnos.
oh, this one. Oh man, this is one. Okay, this is the funny one. So yeah, you pick a enemy hero or monster, and if you kill them with the Grasp of the Everwinter, then you score it. Yeah,
I believe we did say that. Yeah, this is the gambling man's choice. This is not going along with just simply taking hero phase and declaring what's going to happen. It's also going down with, okay, yeah, and I'm doing this, and here's an 1,000 yen bill, and you know what? Here's my house. I guarantee you, I'm going to win this way.
yeah, it's like you're playing in a poker tournament, and you're like your opening hand is like pocket 3s or something, and you just like all in before you see the flop. Like that's the vibe with this one. It's just
it's going to suddenly become a skins match for victory points at that point. That is not a that almost seems written for gamblers. Yeah, that is very. Is that another topic for the future? Are poker players Timmys?
True.
Yeah, right. I mean, these
now,
what poker players wear. Yeah.
Now, turn 5, it's not super unreliable, okay? Because as long as you don't roll a 6, you could do it. If they're like for some reason almost dead, like if you've got a monster in combat with you on 1 wound and it's turn 5, as long as you don't roll the 6, you're gonna get it. So maybe.
Yeah.
Okay, let them loose. If you do 4 Monstrous Rampages, you get that. That one's pretty easy if you got lots of monsters. Otherwise, you'll never do it. Yeah. But more reason to bring the double Monstrous Rampage thing. So if you got 3 monsters and then one of them has the double Rampage, you can do this. Yeah, you just got to be careful about what. I think so. You would have to do Stomp, Roar, and then Stonehorn, Thundertusk, and that would get you your 4. So you don't need to be in combat with like a monster, for Titanic Jewel or anything. You just need basic targets, and you should be able to do it. So, yeah.
Slight spike trap, but I'm not spike, so yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, and then boil their bones. If you kill an enemy hero monster within 6 of your Maw pot, then you get it. Kind of unlikely, and I have to say this is a little bit more difficult than some of the other battle tactics that are like this. I feel like if you have a faction terrain feature, they print this almost every time. But it's usually 12, not 6. So, and actually, it's usually not just monster or hero. It's usually just any unit within 12. So, I feel like this one is just a little bit difficult, but maybe doable. I mean, definitely like something to think about, have in the back of your mind if it comes up. Yeah.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
All right, and then we have the core battalions. Okay. All right.
Oh God.
Okay. We got to talk about this again.
Why, Junk Mom?
Okay, so
can't use Unleash Hell.
Okay, so let's go through this. So the first one is Yulbad, and Earlbad is basically the same, so I'll talk about it at the same time. So you just basically need a Huskard, and then a Stonehorn Beast Raider, and then 2 units of Mournfang, and you get either Swift, which is a basically reroll charge or an auto run 6, or Slayer, which is Unleash Hell or All Out Attack. All of these units can go in better battalions, so unless in the new season there's nothing that they can use, then you will never use this. Okay, and then Torbad is more or less the same thing, but with Yetis instead of Mournfang and Thundertusks. I just love that there's like an outline of 5 Thundertusks and 3 units of Yetis. Like anyone is ever going to take that army. Anyway, I don't think that's 2,000 points either, but anyway. So this just gives you expert, so all out attack or all out defense, which is the best of the 3 so far, but still kind of whatever, right?
Right.
And then we have junk mob, which is some Noblars and a scrap launcher. Okay, and
Right.
And it gives you Slayers, which is all out attack or unleash hell. Now, when we recorded this previously, we were saying that this is a gigantic missed opportunity, right? Because, all right, what's unique about these 2 units is they wouldn't normally go in a battalion, right? Like the other ones, you'd put in bounty hunters or something, you know, to give them more damage. But these sorts of units, I mean, who cares about giving Noblars like +1 damage against other goblins or something, right? Like
maybe, but maybe nobody. Yeah.
Yeah. So they could have. I think it would have been fair enough, given the fact that the scrap launch is kind of a meh war scroll. They could have made this magnificent.
Yes.
Okay. And yeah.
Piles of junk. There's reference in lore. That's how ogres come upon things. You know, they're only looking for meat. The Noblars are going to have all the unrelated objects, you know, that they're going to pass on just so they don't get squished or eaten. Although in their defense, they are supposed to be disgusting to eat, and that's why no one eats them. Yeah, but
yeah,
they should have artifacts, honestly. Especially in contrast to the new Iron Blaster War Scroll. So GW, like glasses off for a second. If you're trying to sell that sprue, which you have, wouldn't you want to uniformly sell them? You know, didn't you just have a meta watch about internal balance also?
Yeah, well, there's a video on my channel. Go check that out about me criticizing that article and video. But
this is a new book, okay? This is kind of counter to what you just talked about, caring about balancing internally. You know, like, but it's in a way that you almost, I bet you didn't talk about. I haven't seen the video yet, but I bet you didn't talk about this. Or consider this with your colleagues, not something you would talk to your customers, because, you know, it's a marketing thing, right?
It is a marketing thing, yeah.
Right?
Sure.
Because it's on the same sprue.
Yeah.
The Rhinox. So why does this have a battalion ability icon that it can't completely use?
Yes, because of course, it gets +1 hit, already, right, from the Noblars. Yeah. So getting the all-out attack doesn't do anything. And then it has, it has a minimum range of 6. So you can unleash Hell if your opponent just charges into just 6-inch range for some reason. Now, if they go to 5.9, you cannot unleash Hell.
It's the world's thinnest donut range. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There are dead zones. I mean, there's also further away. No. For Unleash Hell, it's got huge dead zones.
Yep. So it's literally just. I mean, if it were me and I was playing against scrap launchers and I go, let's say 6.1 away from my opponent, and they say they want to Unleash Hell, don't be the guy that asks to move 0.2 inches to be within 5.9. Let your opponent have his fun and Unleash Hell with the scrap launcher. He's gonna do nothing anyway, so
Yeah. Let him have his nothing, as we say.
Yeah, exactly. So that is those are the match play rules. I don't think the core battalions do anything, but the battle tactics, there's a couple in there. Okay, so we've kind of reached the end of the book, so we can dispense of our spike vision.
Deactivate.
So, do you have any kind of final thoughts, having gone through this book now? About, are you happy with the changes? Does it kind of meet your expectations? Are there some things you're disappointed about? What do you think? Let's start with, first of all, did it meet your expectations?
Yes.
Okay, good. I feel the same way. I think for a like a kind of a relook at the book with some nice quality of life changes, not all across the board, but in some spots that kind of needed a lot, like gluttons and a few other things. I like it. Okay, but then what disappointments do we have? What disappointments do you have about this?
We've sort of been like sprinkling disappointments where they existed across the podcast.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if that's there, my disappointment is, okay, I remember what I said. So, for the majority of this podcast, a lot of what I've been saying was a raw reaction to what I was seeing until the technical difficulty. I did mention that they had revealed the table of contents in addition to 2-inch reach and iron guts, down to the iron guts, and like a few other things. Like, just that's all I knew about it, and I kept the tinfoil hat on. But I really don't understand why you showed the table of contents. But in a lopsided way, I'm satisfied, and I kind of get why you did, so that you could like lower our expectations by showing a near identical table of contents. And then, and then the one guy, the Blood Pelt Hunter, whatever.
Yeah.
And then it was an emotional, like, 5 stages of grief. And then I came with acceptance and like, okay, well, these are still boxes that you can stick info into. I don't know what the info is. It's not exciting, but my exceeds expectations would have been if you said, just kidding, that wasn't the table of contents.
Yeah.
Because you already lowered my expectations, get it?
Yeah.
Why not just boost our expectations in this culture of leaking for clout on the internet, just so you can get kudos, right? Or updoots on Reddit, right? Why don't we just pull the rug out from underneath you, and then pull the party poppers and say, surprise, happy birthday, and just give us additional points on the table of contents. That's my feeling, is that the individual, I accounted for individual disappointments scattered throughout, like lackluster artifact choices, more so for Beastclaw. I really feel for Beastclaw. I think in terms of Beastclaw, like, has some very interesting things that you can do with it now, but not all the interesting things that Beastclaw Raiders players were feeling or expecting they would get, especially considering how much more fun Gutbusters seems at the moment. I'm a Gutbusters player, so like if it was all about gut busters, as in if ogres were these dad bod dudes, then exceeds expectations is possible. But I really feel like there was a lot of Control C, Control V, copy paste,
Yes.
laziness scattered across in a non-uniform way, very lopsided towards Beastclaw Raiders, and I really feel like there should be changes going forward.
I mean, if I just go back to some, I mean, particularly like we go back to something like the Frosthold and Stonehorn's War Scroll here, right? Like the only things that have actually changed here are just a couple of statistical things. So just like wounds, and then the Frost Spear ability is new, and then the Bellowing of Voice is a slight change from what it used to be, but that's it. Whereas I think for stuff like, you know, Iron Guts and Gluttons, where, you know, we see like some new rules, you know, like a big look at the profile, a more significant look, and then, you know, obviously stuff like the Iron Blaster, which we talked about is maybe a bit too far, but you can see they've had a good look at trying to make it like a bit stronger.
A bit.
Yeah, I mean more than double. Yeah, more than double, right? Realistically.
I already hear the the loud grunty voices in the backgrounds of the internet. I'm painting up 4 iron blasters.
Yeah, there's already stuff. Well, actually, at the time of recording, they did actually just win an event in the US with first and second both bringing like an Iron Blaster list. So there you go, first
Big
weekend.
surprise.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. So shooting is always fun in this game. Yeah. So I mean, from my perspective, my disappointments. I mean, okay. I kind of think that, yeah, overall, I feel the same way that the Beastclaw Raider stuff has had much of a less look than the Gutbuster stuff. And then I think that aside, though, the stuff that I feel bad about is like the rest of the book, like all the little small units. So for like the Buccaneers, you know, looking through it, what else? The Firebelly was one which I liked. That was one where I felt like, okay, this is one of those non-keyword models, which was pretty good. Had some interesting stuff going on there. But then, like, the Man-Eaters and the Gorges and the Frost Sabres, and I mean, I guess the Frost Sabres and Icebreaker Hunter are kind of Beastclaw, but they've always been a little bit off to the side. Like, all those, like, Fine Cost models and old stuff kind of feels like a bit of just padding to the book, because realistically, you're not really going to bring them. So your options are actually kind of limited. And from my perspective, what that does is it means that I don't feel as an Ogres player that I'm going to buy any new models after this book comes out.
That's fair. That's a fair assessment, you know, personal assessment with your feelings there, yeah.
Like, I might buy the new guy, and that's probably it. I think the only thing that you would, you know, the only thing that people would buy if they didn't have them is the Iron Blasters, if they want to be, you know, if they want to do that and run 4 of those. But I think for those who were already running a Beastclaw army, you're going to run pretty much the same Beastclaw army. You might decide to pull an arm off your Stonehorn and stick on a bird or something. You know, if you want to run a Huskard instead of a Frostlord. But more or less, it's going to be the same. Just, I guess the stats will be a bit different and the playstyle might be a little bit different. But I think if you already had a lot of Ogres, you're probably not going to buy that much. So from Games Workshop's perspective, I don't think that's particularly positive. But from the gamer's perspective, I think that's good, because you don't want to buy a bunch of new models. Yeah, I don't know. What do you feel about that? Would you rather feel excited to go and buy stuff, or would you rather like feel that what you already had is more useful, which is, I guess, the change that they made here?
I mean, did they though? I think there are some interesting things that occurred. One of the weird ones, I do remember yesterday I'd commented on the Gluttons. I thought
Yes.
You know, Glutton Iron Gut page was awesome.
Yeah.
But then the weird afterthought we both had was Yeah, well, what's this with making the one other banner useless? Like
Yeah,
that seems like a huge oversight. Like, okay, I get
yeah.
wanting to clean it up aesthetically, like what the unit looks like on the table. If that was the argument, if that was your reason, and then with it being one or the other, you would never pick the other one. You would build it, but you would have like a Noblar hobbied onto the end of it, or the horn of the beast skull just hanging on, right?
yeah,
Maybe,
yeah,
but yo, no, you would all of them would be tribal banners. There wouldn't be like, well, this one has a tribal banner bearer, and this one has a what was the name of the other one?
a beast skull banner, I think. Yeah,
There it is. Yeah,
yeah, yeah,
yeah. You would never say that.
yeah,
I wanted. We have a pretty simple killy army. We would like to differentiate them a bit.
yeah. I think I don't know.
Here.
Maybe the answer is, instead of just bringing another banner, you just paint one of the gluttons like a Noblar. So you just paint him the same scheme as whatever your Noblars are, and that's your lookout Noblar. Oh, it's that guy. It's the one that looks like a Noblar. Maybe like green stuff, some little like goblin ears on him or something. Like, oh, that's my lookout Noblar. It's like, dude, isn't that an ogre? It's like, nah. It's just a really juiced up Noblar.
Juiced up Noblar, or the other narrative choice of an ogre raised by Noblars. He believes he's a Noblar. That'd be better.
Yeah.
Yeah. I want to give tips to whoever it was out there in the Ogreverse that made a Ogre Blood Bowl team and then had this one ogre painted in bumblebee pattern on his armor that believed he was a bumblebee. I was laughing so hard when I read that. Oh, thank you, whoever you are. You're a lovely man, more woman. Yeah.
Yep. So that's the gluttons. Yeah. So, I mean, I think overall, for me, who is buying other stuff at the moment, I'm kind of happy that I don't have to buy anything. But I think from Games Workshop's perspective, yeah, they probably want us to buy some other stuff. But then also, if you kind of look at what we could actually buy that's not good, it's all like Finecast. So they're very limited in terms of what they can actually make good. Because I also think at the back of their minds is, if we make X unit good and lots of people want to buy it, can our Finecast supply chain keep up with it? Like that's an actual consideration, right? Surely.
Yeah. The other potential genius idea that was run with is the question of, why did they make a bundle of 3 Finecast models that people who collect already have, but also not changing the price and not changing the material that they're made out of, despite them being cool sculpts. If there was a good reason for that, I would argue that it would force people to buy more gluttons, because right now there's like a little Reddit renaissance here of people asking, what do I do about man-eaters? And uniformly, everyone is saying, did you know how fun and easy to customize gluttons are? Like,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
one of the best design sprues they've ever done. Like, it's so much fun. It's easy. It's like playing with paper dolls almost. Like, it's so easy. You can pick anything from anything. That's the theme, and slap it on there. Like, you could do Stormcast, trained with Stormcast, trained with like the Sylvaneth guys, trained with Empires guys. Yeah, they're mercenaries, so anything goes. It's great.
Yeah. I think it's a little unfortunate the man-eaters went better. I was thinking before we did this part of the recording, like, I understand that they probably don't want to do this, but what if they just had like a build a man-eater section where you would like specify, it would be more like a 40k thing where they would have like weapon options that cost points, like, like a nation that they come from or something that gives them some special rule or something. Like, there's so much potential with the man-eater concept, right? Like, so many things you could do with it that could be fun in terms of list building. And I think the fact that they're trying to like push them into the normal kind of War Scroll format, I think just limits the design space to a point where they're always going to end up with something that's either just like better than the Gluttons or Iron Guts, or just worse than the Gluttons or Iron Guts. And that's
as
just what
far
they're
as
stuck
like
with.
comparing the points modification system of 40k to AOS, I think Goonhammer already had something pretty good to say about that when they did that whole thing about WTF is 40k kind of article. Did you ever read that?
I haven't read
Like
that, no.
there was a concern, like Goonhammer, being primarily focused on AOS and like the other box set games and the articles that are being written there. One of the leads, or the lead for Goonhammer, I don't remember who it was, wrote an article, and there are a lot of issues with Ninth Edition that, if combined with AOS, may lead to overcomplication. And people, like, this is easier to understand at face value than 40k is currently. I think that AOS is almost being used as a test to see how they can go about simplifying things whilst also retaining complexity in the way that they think they have it with Age of Sigmar at the moment. But then there's this, of course, Goonhammer had to take this review the dystopian viewpoint of, what if that's not what's happening and the money is really just talking here because 40k is more popular? So which is it? Because we really don't want this to be like 40k in the ways that are bad, if that makes sense.
There are some positives about the 40k approach, though.
That's true.
That's the only thing I'd say. Like, say for example, you just had one character in your army or something, or just your characters you'd build out, and then everyone else would be normal. I think that, to me, would be better than the current Age of Sigmar system. But yeah, anyway, that's one of the things I'm disappointed about. It's just the Man-Eater War Scroll, obviously. But I don't actually have any. So.
There was an opportunity there to draw in 40k players, to have this one silly thing that, you can make your own Man-Eater, and you can choose different points variants to those customizations. Dude, you'd sell so many Glutton kits. We'd be sold out for so long.
I mean, you could even just go like full Anvil of Apotheosis and just have like like a special rule, like, okay, for 10 points you can give your Man-Eater Ghostly Touch, which makes him like ethereal because he's like, he's been in like Shaiish with all like the ghosts and stuff, and then people could have fun trying to like paint like ghost-looking Gluttons with like the Nighthaunt, color scheme and stuff. There all sorts of stuff they could do that, right?
So I have an idea of doing like a group of different ogres, basically just doing the A team, but from different factions, right? And I was thinking of having at least one unit of Man-Eaters be Stormcast, guys that trained with Stormcast, and one of them might have a ranged weapon physically, but the other ones, my argument was that they belch lightning at you. Because there was this lore point, like they would like eat like magically hazardous materials and then like be puking and farting like highly dangerous, highly corrosive residue on each other, on their enemies, like there was a trend. It was in the last edition of Age of Sigmar's, like they talk about ogres in the core book. I don't remember which one it was, or if it was the last Battletome, but yeah. Yeah. Like if they eat certain things, it causes like dangerous projectile vomiting.
Yeah, and I think the last thing I was a little bit disappointed about was just the Thunder Tusks. I liked that they got the monstrous action. You were saying that firmly pushes them into the utility, but
Okay.
I think particularly the one I've got on the screen now, Thunder Tusk Beast Riders, I don't really understand what this is for. I don't know what it does. So the non-hero one, the one that can't get the 5-up ward, I'm not really sure what the place is for this. So yeah, I mean, it didn't have a place before, and nothing much has changed. So I think these are still a little bit of a disappointment, unfortunately.
Yeah, especially given the build your own monster truck system that's being implied here.
Yeah.
Like, why would you pick these guys over the other character variants?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's kind of the book. I mean, I feel like overall the external balance of the book, you know, where it is in relation to other armies, has gotten a lot better. But the internal balance, maybe has gotten worse. It's better between
Funny. Yeah.
It's better between the Gutbusters and Beastclaw, like because the Gutbusters got better. But in terms of the bad units in the book versus the good units in the book, it feels like it's been stretched. It's like the good units in the book got better, and then for some reason the bad units in the book, or like the, you know, middle to bottom units, so like, you know, your Yetis, your Frost Sabers, your Icebrow Hunters, you know, all those sorts of units have just gotten worse for some reason. Which, yeah, I think doesn't feel so good. Yeah.
No, yeah, it's. I feel for people who, yeah, like, it just doesn't feel good to, like, on the table ignore these other cool parts of an army. You know, there needs to be a. Yeah, you still aren't there. I have to relate with GW a little bit, wanting to talk about internal balance, but not 100% having everybody on the same page, so to speak, of what they want to do there. Because it seems like some people don't get it, or they're like giving themselves, it's like they're giving somebody else advice, but they're not listening to their own advice. Like a lot of people do that. Yours truly was guilty of that for a good portion of their lives. So, you know, multi-billion-dollar companies are like many other companies, which are much like represented by children growing up in large groups of people's intelligence.
Yeah, it
Tap
still
off
represents
lower.
people, doesn't it?
Like, we're working on this together. Let's grow the brain,
Yeah.
raise this child.
Okay. All right. Yeah. But I think that pretty much summarizes our thoughts on the book so far. So that's been our review of the Ogre Moretribes book today. It's been interesting to go through it. I don't think we're either of us 100% satisfied, but I wouldn't say I don't think we're negative about it either, are we?
I am 110% excited. Did you see what I did there?
Yeah, 100. Yeah. So
the Bloodpelt Hunter, right? He's 100. No, who's 110 points? It's the pirate, right?
Yeah, the pirate dude. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw what you did there. No club is going to be able to house rule their way out of this. He has that keyword. I know how it works.
I had my mate send me a message on Discord today saying, if they fack it, I'm going to house rule it so you can do it. That's what he told me.
Good
I was like,
on him.
All right, we're going to do that. So, yeah.
That's my boy. There we go.
Okay, so that has been the first episode of The Inner Timmy. I hope you enjoyed listening to us. We'll do this again soon. To keep up with the new episodes when they come out, remember to subscribe and hit like. And
and I guess we'll say socials. You go ahead first.
Yep. So you can follow me on Twitter. You can have a look at my Patreon if you're interested in that. And those are the places to find me at the moment. Yep.
And for me, on Twitter, I'm _Kevinishness_. It was the only one available. And then there was my Twitch is A State of Kevin, and I have a Discord called A Neighborhood in Spacetime, and it's basically like an Omni Nerd kind of, how should I say, digital living room, where you can have a group of like-minded people that you want to feel like there's somebody who understands you in the room. They're there, and I don't know. We have fun with a lot of different things and topics and hobbies, and everyone's welcome. And my streams are just stream of consciousness. Whatever video game I feel like playing, it's basically my excuse to play video games once a week. That's what it is. That's where you can find me, and there's Stuart. And you can reach out to us anytime for questions and tell us what you thought about this podcast. Leave your comments about what do you think the podcast is. You guys can even do that thing that Trapped Under Plastic is known for. The inner Timmy, the podcast where, like, I think that's a fun thing to do. Or something you think would be a good topic for future episodes. That's also
that would be
very
great.
influential.
Yeah,
that would be awesome.
If you have something you want us to talk about, please comment below and we'll think about it. We're not going to talk about Lumineth Realm Lord's army list. That's not going to happen on this show because it's a Timmy show, and neither of us play Lumineth Realm
It
Lords.
is. You could argue there are Timmy Lumineth people out there. Like I played World of Warcraft for 10 years. I played a Tauren. I see you, Mountain Cow. I see you.
Okay.
But the combos, I forget the combos.
Yeah.
I'm learning to be a Johnny. I'm still like
a Timmy in recovery. Yeah.
I'm a Tinny in recovery, but I'm also seeing that I'm a little bit Johnny, but a Timmy in recovery still.
Yeah.
I'm in therapy right now, so to speak.
Yeah. Okay, so that'll be it for now. That was the first episode of The Inner Timmy, and we will see you guys next time. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.